Y'all sit down. We got to talk about Diddy and Young Miami. Y'all, there are blind items popping up. And I went to the Instagram feed. Things are corroborated. Y'all, let's get into this. If you guys don't know, Cassie's BFF has come out swinging. Diddy thought it was over by paying off Cassie. Baby, they did the tag team and said, baby, now my girlfriend gonna get you. I done got everything in your bank account. And now my girlfriend is gonna get you, baby. Cassie and her whole crew is having a freak off with Diddy, just not in the way that he likes. Baby, listen. If you guys don't know, people have been wondering what's going on with Diddy and Young Miami. She went real quiet. And when I looked at her Instagram feed this morning, she said she was like, she's back in the studio. She's on a private party. And I said, look at Diddy putting his last cash cow to work. Because if you guys...
Yeah, this is Tisha Tell's breakdown of some breaking news. Young Miami here.
Don't know, De Leon has pulled out. Revolt TV is in trouble. His whole world is crashing down. Just when he thought that he could rebuild everything, or at least start to rebuild it, baby, the California laws have made it even worse. So get this, right? I was on Young Miami's Instagram feed, minding my business and being nosy, and I noticed a lot of pictures were missing. She is quietly deleting things. And it made me think about this blind item I literally read yesterday, but there was so much stuff going on. I was like, yeah, whatever. I finally had time to research. Y'all, let me read this blind item to you, right? Y'all go do your own research and let me think, what does this have to do with anything? Because, baby, it wraps all in to Cassie's lawyer. I'll explain that in a second, y'all. Turn your sound off. We about to get into the blind items. You know how we do. All right. Where's my music? Maestro, where is my music? All right. Ready? Let's go. The tangled web of take that, took that. All right. Should be called the downfall. Hey there. I got some juicy gossip on take that, took that. His comeback seemed to be all set, but things have gotten complicated. You know his longtime girlfriend, right? The one that escaped him, believe it or not, when she turned against him. Now, she secured a rumored settlement that's off the charts. He thought he'd left these issues behind, but it seems like the past has a way of catching up. Now, here's where it gets really interesting. He assumed the other accusers were easy targets due to their financial constraints. That's right. It doesn't matter whether they were telling the truth. Take that, took that, right? Had a strategy. His strategy drained them financially in legal battles. But he didn't anticipate the cunning of his ex-girlfriend's lawyer, a mastermind at setting traps that would make Machiavelli proud. Come with me, Hail Mary, run quick seed. What do we have here now?
This ain't looking good.
Do you want to ride or die? La, 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 la. Okay, that wasn't in the blind item, but you know, I ain't no killer, but no push me. Revenge is like the sweetest joy next to...
Oh my God. This is not looking good for homie.
Bow down. Okay, anyway, they said this is where Take That's overconfidence may be his downfall. Despite his meteoric rise from a Harlem dancer to a billionaire mogul, it's his own ego that's turning against him now. He's entangled in a web he didn't even see coming. Now the plot thickens with his recent, and this is where it gets good, y'all, pay attention, with this recent realization that he is ensnared or trapped by his ex-girlfriend's lawyer's intricate plan. This lawyer isn't just any legal eagle. They've got international clout with significant ties to France. Why does France matter, you ask? Well, let's dive into that, y'all. His current flame, a well-known figure in the rap scene, has been oddly scrubbing her social media clean from the recent French.
And this is so odd because this is the Puff Daddy, 30 years ago. 30 years ago was emerging, right? And in the hip hop you could say, right? 25 years, something like that. I don't know the exact years, but I remember when Bad Boys music was just, starting, the very beginning. And it's interesting now because the idea back then was cats didn't like the music. They thought it was too R&B. People thought it was taking hip hop another step away from hip hop, further away from having, real messages of social importance, to just bling bling, dancing, shucking and jiving, you know what I mean? Braggadocious, this kind of thing. So it's interesting to see 30 years later, 25 years later, what's played out now. Now, all of what's been going on the whole time is coming out. And it's not like it took a snap of a finger. This shit took decades, decades for people to really care. Strangely enough, man. And this stuff has been normalized so much that it's like it was accepted. It's basically it's considered acceptable. You can see it. It's thrown out in your face. So when they throw it out in your face like that in the videos, and they made it a part of rap music culture. Women, misogyny. Come on, Dolores Tucker already had a battle with the music industry and she lost. The music industry won. They won on the side of freedom of speech. And so people were debating the relevance of Puffy back then, his significance, or Bad Boy's significance, what they ushered in. And it's so interesting to see now, but here we go. Sorry about that. I just wanted to say that. Yeah.
Escapades. They had a lavish celebration in Paris, flaunting their romance in front of the Eiffel Tower. But now, those posts have vanished. It raises the question, what exactly went down in Paris that they're so desperately trying to erase? This France angle is especially concerning when you consider that the ex-girlfriend's lawyer's track record and has deep connections there. It hits at something more scandalous and potentially incriminating that might have went down during the Paris getaway. Everyone in the know is watching closely. The more Take That and his circle try to cover their tracks, the more suspect they appear. Deleting evidence from social media, classic move, but not when you're dealing with a seasoned lawyer who's probably already steps ahead of them. Keep your eyes open and those screenshots coming. The unraveling of Take That, Took That's empire might be more dramatic and revealing than we ever imagined. This is a story about power, deception, and the hidden truths that are slowly coming to light, right? They said this saga is far from over. There's more to uncover, and I'm on it, y'all. So when I read that, right? I was just like, me, I went to Young Miami's feed, and they're not joking. A bunch of stuff was actually deleted quietly, and she's changing captions almost as if they don't want to be associated with whatever happened in Paris. Y'all, hold on. Let me go back there. All right. So, I got nosy. I got on the web, and I found all the photos they deleted. However, and there was a bunch she deleted, right? The private
That's why I like Tisha Tells, because she has a lot of detailed information.
Island, the this to that. But the one thing that caught my eye that I saw a connection with was the deleted post of them in Paris celebrating, right? A happy birthday to Diddy. And then you got the blind item talking about what happened in Paris. And if you guys don't remember, Cassie's, right? Now, we don't know if this blind item's about Diddy, but and Diddy has maintained his innocence. He said these are all lies, cash grabs, gossip, innuendo, and he will claim his name, reclaim his family's honor, and clean up his legacy. To which I say, good effing luck, right? Now, sorry, I just noticed something alarming. Okay, and I was like, good effing luck, right? Good effing luck. Okay, now, right? So we have all the things to think. Now, the other part of the blind item, when they said that the lawyer is playing chess, basically, and Diddy's playing Connect 4. If you guys don't know, Cassie's lawyer has deep ties to France. How He took down the most powerful man politically in France. There is Dominique Strauss. He was at one point the head of the International Monetary Fund. He came to New York because the IMF was having, and this is the International Monetary Fund. If you don't know what it is, Google it. Baby, it's big. It's the world's bank. He was the head of it. He flew into New York because there was like something that the IMF was happening, like the way United Nations always has something in New York. While there was a maid that came into his room to clean up. He allegedly raped the maid, then tried to offer her like $100. It was just weird. It was sick. It was like whatever.
She's talking about
Douglas Wigmore.
The French guy, right? Okay, yeah, I get it now. The IMF dude,
is Cassie's lawyer, got involved. Not only did that maid be able to retire, we haven't even heard from her. She probably bought the moon and she's building a pool out back, right? But Dominique Strauss-Kahn, he was at one point slated to be the next president of France. When I say this boy was powerful and connected, he was powerful and connected. He is now in political obscurity. They ruined his life. Now, I'm not saying he didn't deserve it, but a lot of people also said that it was a skilled political takedown from the opposition party in France. Who knows if all that's true? What we do know is he took down Dominique Strauss-Kahn. We don't know who was helping him. But again, Cassie's lawyers has deep, deep, deep ties to France. And the fact that Carisha deleted, because she has other...
Let me see something. She's talking about this person right here, Dominique Strauss. Let me see. Can you see that? Yeah, exactly. This man right here. So apparently Puffy's attorney took him
of out. Diddy and her, like on the yacht.
Another. But the Cassie's attorney and the new victim that came forward, her attorney also.
Year with you, I think it's for New Year's Eve. Diddy hasn't been deleted from her feed, but yet the France stuff is. What are they trying to hide? And I honestly feel like the Cassie's lawyer, who is representing the new victim, has been sitting there, keeping track, taking names, probably monitoring all the social media feed before he even reached out to Diddy. So whatever they think they are clumsily trying to hide, baby, if it went down in France, please believe he's going to get to the bottom of it. Y'all, I don't know. That's what the blind arm's saying. What are you thinking? But is everything kind of connecting? Again, Diddy has not been convicted. He says he's innocent. Maybe he is. We're going to have to wait until a court of law. As of now, I believe the accusers. However, you never know. Maybe he might be able to move mountains, but baby, oh no. If I was Young Miami, I do not know why it seems like she is sticking by his side. I don't know what he promised her, but maybe it's bigger than him, because at the end of the day, the record companies look like they might be going down too. More on that later. Y'all, this is going to be a heavy upload day. I'll be live later. Let me know what you think in the comments. I'll talk to y'all later. Bye.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. That was something else. Now let me see something here. I'm going to throw this back up. Which one is this real quick? While I'm here, I want to see if there's a update. Is there an update? Nope. 4 hours ago. Looks just yesterday. So there's no update from today. I wonder if they were in session today. All right, well, I just wanted to check that up before I shut it down. Okie doke, folks. Well, that was it. That was a little update. What's up, Jade? Yeah, you up? Yeah. I decided to hop back on real quick to cover that one. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Again, just constant updates with Puff Daddy, and then with this Jonathan Majors story, I'm really curious about how it's going to turn out. Yeah, we'll see. But it so far it sounds like he got his case together, but you never know. Yeah. What happened? Yeah, what happened, Jade, was apparently something went down with Puffy and Young Miami in Paris, right? That they trying to, Tisa tells is suggesting that it could be possibly covering up of information, like deleting from that trip, deleting information that connects with her relationship with Puffy. Yeah, stuff like that. Yeah, here and there, not everything, but yeah. She, drop the link, please. Oh, okay, you want to hop up quick? Okay, all right, bro. Let's see here. We could chop it up for a second. You see the link? There we go. And let me search something here. Hold on, is this it right here? No, heard that already 2 days ago. Yo, Jade, you see the link? None of this is recent. All right. Yeah, I don't see you, Jade. Oh, what's up, Fight Doctor? Yeah, what's up, bro? Long time. Wow, man, I was just following up on the Jonathan Majors thing, and then also the Puffy debauchery, which is daily more information coming out. It's just horrible, bro. It's just, what can you say? But you can't hide things that are so apparent, right? If it wouldn't just be so apparent if it wasn't something to it, it's crazy, man. What's up, Jade? You there?
Hi VB. Yeah,
Look,
sorry, bro. Yeah, I fell asleep. I was watching Django. I fell asleep. Got up to go toilet, and my phone was off on charge. So, and I thought, let me just check if he was on. So I was literally gonna turn off my phone. Um,
okay, yeah,
you're
yeah.
sorry
Go
to
ahead.
give you all that unnecessary information. But
it's,
funny enough,
it's okay. Go ahead.
funny enough, VB, I was about to highlight something and send you
Okay.
um about Puff Daddy. I don't know if you knew this. Um there's two things I found out.
Yeah,
Um
go ahead.
Puff Daddy Puff Daddy's dad was in the Air Force.
Oh, I didn't know that. No, I thought he was a Harlem
Okay, so
gangster.
Puff Daddy's
That's what
dad
people keep
was in the
saying.
Air Force,
Hmm.
and Puff Daddy's dad was a very close friend to Frank Lucas.
Oh, really? Yeah, I heard that. I heard that.
Yeah, so
But
Frank
you
Lucas,
never know how much of
but
that is rumors.
well, well, no, it's in Wikipedia, so I don't know. So, and it could be rumors. I mean,
Hmm.
and also the thing that clicked in my head was that Frank Lucas in the film was transporting drugs in an army within army, either in the coffins or in the bodies of the dead soldiers, right?
Hmm. Hmm.
So I put two and two together, like maybe his father was actually a pilot. You know what I mean? And anyway, he ended up getting shot to death. So he was murdered. So Puffy did grow up without a father.
Yeah, that's what they say. I'm
So
always like with this kind of information, I just kind of wonder why it comes out. You know, like what
well,
is this supposed
why
to
wouldn't it?
mean? Like who his father is? What is the connection?
What with Frank Lucas?
No, I mean, just overall, like even if his father was, so I get all of that, but how does that pertain? How does that pertain to what's happening to Puffy today? Is that what you? That's what I mean specifically. Like,
Mm,
do you think it has an influence on him, or no,
uh, well, I,
or less?
I mean, well, I don't know. Does it? I'm not sure. I just thought, I don't know why I thought to send that. I don't know. I mean,
It's so
Frank
funny though, because
Lucas.
if you look at Puffy, his life is in shambles. But and now we want to know if it's because of his father.
No, 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 no.
Oh,
I
okay,
was more looking at maybe the protection side.
true.
'Cause
Could be a factor. It could be a
I
factor.
I don't see why no one didn't knock Puffy over the head with a, but there seems to be some fear there. I mean, and I mean, I don't know that. I just thought to myself, I was gonna send you that, but hey, it probably is hasn't got any connection to it. There was also a video I saw. One of his sons said that
It
Puff
might
Daddy.
though. Go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know why it triggered to me, because I mean, you remember I'm in the UK, so when I'm looking at like
Yeah.
Frank Lucas and stuff like that, and
Yeah, being
Denzel
in the
Washington's
UK, how do you see this? Like, what is Frank Lewis to you? Like,
Frank Lucas.
yeah, no,
Well,
Frank Lucas. Yeah,
he's a big time drug dealer,
does that
and
story
the
relate
UK.
to you?
No, no, no. To me, it's unfathomable to think that he could get away with that. There's been a few people in the UK, um, big drug dealers, but not on that level.
Mm-hmm.
That level there, what he was kind of doing, um, that was sort of a little bit out of the box.
Mm-hmm.
I think he was even more out of the box, even for the regular guys from his area in Harlem. Like street dealing and stuff like that. He went into kind of the international, so he was kind of touching on the toes of the Colombian guys. You know what I mean? And the again, like the drugs trade has got like a pyramid to it as well.
Mm,
So
right.
yeah. I mean, I don't know why that just for some reason that I thought, oh, I didn't know that. But I mean,
It could be a factor.
I'm not trying to put a connection, but I was just wondering if you knew that his dad was really close. That's apparently was close associates with Frank Lucas. But the part that got me was he was a pilot, and I know They said Frank Lucas was bringing drugs in, in the aeroplanes. And I put two and two together. I thought, I wonder if his father was involved in that. And then his father gets shot to death, and no one knows what happened to him. The second
Yeah.
part, what I heard was his son. I don't know if it's true. Has accused Puff Daddy. I didn't realize how many people have died around him. Remember earlier I said he's not a serial killer, and I think you was a bit alarmed by what I said, but you were right, because there seems to be quite a few people that have died around him. I mean,
Seems to be.
I know
Seems to be.
Biggie and Tupac, but now his son's saying that his bodyguard, who was his real father, so that was Kim Porter's son, who I thought was Albie Shaw. On that
I'll be
video,
sure.
they're saying, they're saying that Albie Shaw's son is saying that Albie Shaw's not his dad. It was Puff Daddy's bodyguard, and he's dead.
No,
Did
I
you
don't
hear
think
about
it's
that?
No, no, no. I don't think it's that. I think it's this thing right here. If you see this picture, I don't know if you can see that. Can you see it? A photograph. Hold on. Let me change it. 2 seconds. I think if I put it right here, you'll be able to see it then. Boom. Can you see this photo?
Okay,
You can see it, right?
yeah. I see Puff Daddy, and is that Kim Porter there? Or? Yeah, I can't really see too. My eyes are not that
Now,
good.
here we go. Now there's a kid right here. This kid.
Yes.
This is the kid, I believe. Now this is not Albie Shaw's son. This is Puff Daddy's son. Albie Shaw's son is another one. And they say that this kid, I believe, is Wolf's son. But again, this is all rumors, man. And the thing that I
Who's
really
Wolf?
don't like talking about people's families and stuff like this because I just find it kind of weird. Um, but of course they're superstars and their parents are in the entertainment business, and so that's why they get all this attention. But you say who was Wolf? I believe Wolf was like head of his security at one time.
Okay, well, I didn't know any. I mean, this is all kind of new to me, so it just seems to be
Yeah,
unraveling. But it might have been stories that have
me too,
and have
man.
gone so, and I forgot about it. You know what I mean? But
Well, it's not
I
new
didn't
to
watch the.
me, but some of the details are new because there's a lot of details to this cookie here. You know what I'm saying? So I've heard rumors over the years, different rumors here and there, and different accounts, but now it's all coming into crystallizing for the public because of the new allegations. People get a chance to refer back to all the years they've been hearing stuff. But go ahead.
No, no, no. I'm hearing you. Yeah. So that's what I thought. I knew you knew, but I thought you might be able to set me straight because I don't know.
Yeah,
Um,
that kid right there. That's not I'll be sure's son.
but
I'll be sure's son is
yeah.
another kid. I can pull him up.
Okay.
I'll show you
All right. So
the difference.
basically, it's well, that's even deeper, isn't it? Basically, because it's actually Puff Daddy's like a jacket in Jamaica. They call it a jacket.
Hmm.
If which happens a fair bit. Uh, did you know, VB?
You said an affair. See, this is a
Well,
different kid right here. You see that? This is not the
right,
same
right.
kid.
Okay, but they look a bit similar, innit? Because they're a bit light
They
skinned.
look they look similar, but see, this is his
No,
son
yeah,
here.
they're okay.
You
And
see?
the one
But
below is Albie Shaw's one, innit? That one there, the one below it, the orange
yeah,
one, the
this
orange
is this
background.
is this is Albie Shore's son.
Yeah,
This
yeah,
is
yeah,
Albie
yeah, yeah.
Shore's son right here,
Right, right.
next to Puffy
Okay,
too, right? But this other
right.
kid is not Albie Shore's son. This other
Oh,
kid
he's not.
here, you see? Can you see that?
Oh, there's another child. Okay, okay, right, right. Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
Is
that's
that a
not the
girl?
same kid. That's not the same kid.
Okay,
You see?
okay.
Right there.
Right,
That's not. Yeah, that's a different one. And this is the one
right.
that they say is Wolf's son. But I don't know how much is of that is just rumor though. You know what I'm saying? You feel me?
Well, but what happened
Like
to
I don't know
Wolf?
how
He's
much of
dead.
that is. No, I don't know how his father's dead. Yeah, Wolf. I mean, not his father, his alleged father, according to the rumor. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Wolf
And
is
how
dead.
long
Yeah,
ago?
and Wolf
Okay.
got
And how
shot.
long ago he got shot?
Yeah.
Mm. And did anyone get done for the murder, or is it an open case?
Let me see here.
Because
That's a good
also I
question.
saw that I totally forgot that Black Rob died.
Yeah, Black Rob too.
So
Yeah, that's
Black
true.
Rob, when I looked at Black Rob, and I thought to myself, but VB, when I said serial killer, he kind of, and I thought, hold on, he might have something there because as soon as I put, for some reason, I was just seeing all kinds of stuff. And when I saw Black Rob, I said, no, Black Rob's not dead. No, I put in Mark Curry. I put in Mark Curry's music. Couldn't find anything. Then I saw the song Bad Boys for Life. Then I clicked and I said, yeah, that's where I remember Mark Curry. Okay, I remember that song. I remember
All
them
right.
days.
Well, this
And then
one,
there's
this
a
is. Can you? Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. Keep going.
sorry, and then there's a footage of Mark Curry at Black Rob's funeral. So I watched the footage and then I went over to Wikipedia to check if he really really died. But I remember it happening, but I just thought, really? Then I was
Right.
looking down into his death. Obviously, this is Wikipedia. I'm a Wikipedia freak. I know, right?
Yeah.
But I have
Yeah.
no other sources. But I'm not taking it 100%. But it seems as if he wasn't too well. You know,
Who wasn't too well?
Black Rob,
Oh, you mean health wise?
health and financially.
Yeah. Okay.
And I think it went together because maybe if he had the financial help. So, what was the deal with P Diddy and Black Rob? I don't want to blame him for everything, but
Nah,
he
but
was his manager, wasn't he?
let's take a look again. You asked a good question, and it was what happened to Wolf, and let's see what happened to Wolf. They explained it right here some time ago. I don't know how much of this still adds up, but this was the thinking. Some maybe 10 years ago, I think. When was this first post? Oh, this is posted a year ago. So was this an update or something? But stories about Wolf dying has been out for a minute. But here we go. Let's see here. This is on Mob Ties. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see.
Yeah, I love this. Mob Ties.
Lord forgive me for this trap shit. Sergeant Smack making backflip.
Of course, we got this. This pivotal stuff. Like,
Go BBS is Puerto Rican.
you know, and
Are we gonna see Wolf in the?
of course, we got this.
Okay.
This
A
pivotal
puff?
stuff. Like, we
You
need.
see a puff?
You know, it's interesting in the Wolf case because your friends will push you further than your enemies.
Mm.
At that point,
Mm.
because they won't see how far they're going with things. You know what I'm saying? But they have relationships. They traveled went to Africa and hung out on boats and stuff like that together. Like, but prior to this,
That's a
Is
crazy
that-
story. I heard that story.
yeah.
Yeah.
I invited Suge to my birthday party. Suge came to my birthday party with just him and his one dude.
Right.
I invited Puff to my birthday party. Puff came with the whole Bad Boy crew. They had beef from that source shit.
Right.
But I wasn't ever even thinking like it was no real beef. I wasn't even invited. I wasn't thinking about it like that.
Right.
But the whole night went. The party was great, beautiful party. Everybody had a good time. Then we went to this after party. We went to the after party. I guess Puff and Suge had some kind of like said something to each other before whatever at my party. So they got to this after party. Suge came to the club, and Puff went outside, and they had their words in the middle of what's the street, Maurice? Huh? What street we was on? So anyway, they had like their little words, right? And they went outside, and they were in the middle of the street.
They were in the middle with Puff.
The
and
middle
Suge?
of the street, Puff and Suge.
Wow.
Outside in Atlanta. And
this is at your party.
Yeah.
Is it a calm conversation or they?
No, it's not a calm conversation.
Okay. But
It's
not just them.
It's a very hostile conversation.
Okay.
And their cruise is
Ain't no crew. I mean, Suge
wow.
has got one person.
Oh.
Puff got a crew.
Oh.
Suge got one dude with him,
Okay.
right? And all I know is Puff started drinking his champagne while they was talking, and
Drink
I
some
guess
more
somebody
champagne.
must have said something to him. And next thing I know, Wolf, rest in peace. He let off a shot and let off a couple of shots, and Suge Man got killed right there
Wow.
in Atlanta.
Yo, we back. It's your Ace Pop-A-Lot. Mob, gang. We on our way to NYC with it. Y'all already know. Headshot City. Y'all meet us in the Bronx. We headed to the Valley. Now, anybody tuned in from the Valley, we definitely need y'all in the comment box. Let us know what's going on in the hood. Now, based on my research, they're going to say the Valley is a neighborhood located in the Bronx that is between Gun Hill Road and Baychester Avenue. And the person that we're covering today is somebody that they will refer to as a Valley legend. And the person that we're talking about is going to be a guy by the name of Anthony Wolf Jones. Now, if you're familiar with hip hop, definitely.
Yeah, you see his face. I mean, does he look like the father of that kid?
Yeah, he does. He does, VB. The nose. That boy, that's his that's his son.
Let me
I'm
see
sorry.
something here real quick.
Because
Go ahead.
Puff Daddy is quite dark skinned. He's quite but it's the nose. That boy's nose, unless they photoshopped or done a AI job on the image that they put up on YouTube. But it's a bit funny how light skinned that you is, because both look at the other youths. This one on the right, he's like a Puff Daddy again, but with the mix
He's
of
lighter.
culture.
He's lighter than the mom and Puffy.
Yeah,
That's what this is. He's lighter than Puffy and the mom.
and
The mom's
his
not
nose,
here, by the way. The mom's not
and
here, but
yeah. So them girls there, like they're like the spitting image of their mum, ain't they? But
right.
they're not that brown, you see. And then some of them look a bit like Puffy. But that youth there stands out a lot because if that's Puff Daddy's son, he's very light skinned. Now, the picture that I saw on the YouTube, the nose gave it away. Now I just saw that picture that you brought up there. Boy, to me, that I think that looks like a dead cert.
All right, let's go back and see what it looked like. That's Wolf.
Searching for
Oh man, they were just about to show Wolf. Hold on.
Oh,
Here
for
it
the
is.
Andrew Tate.
This is Wolf right here.
Maurice. Huh? What street we was on? He
Back. It's your ace popular.
That
Mob
one, yeah.
gang.
What you think? Yep. It looks like
Yeah,
it could be
yeah,
him.
he looked like the youth, man. He looked like his father. He looked more
Yes.
like his father than Puff Daddy. And plus, he was
Yes.
Puff Daddy's bodyguard, so close by. That always happens, you know. I mean, where I grew up in Jamaica. This is something that happens a lot. It even come to a point. Yeah, VB. It comes to a point where men are growing up, kids knowing that they're not the father. It happens that much, so much. Obviously, DNA and stuff like that is quite an expensive thing, you know. But they call it jacket in Jamaica.
Should be for free for African Americans, man.
I don't know
And
what's the rate over in
multiple
America.
Yeah, they should. It should be free. I don't know if it is, but it should be. That's the very
Well,
least.
by now,
Motherfuckers will want to do.
you should be able to go and buy that for say about $5 or something, you know, or maybe $20 or something. Even if you're gonna have to pay, but you shouldn't have to be paying
Nothing.
Yeah, well, you shouldn't be paying nothing because medical science has gone a lot further than that, you know. So
Yeah.
DNA is something. Way back they had that. I mean, the way I look at it, VB, I might be wrong. When they tell you that they found something, that's not the date when they
Hey,
found.
bit tired. Yep. That's not the date. What? Go ahead.
I'd be tired. Say like for an example, they say, oh, we've just found out this new disease or this new invention. They're just telling us that, but they knew their inventions are decades before, but they don't let it out to the public. All the technology that we have now is trickled down to us. We just have like maybe a small percentage of technology, medical knowledge, science, this what the scientists are working on. Okay, right? I can't even fathom what they're working on right now, VB, but my mind goes overtime and I think, boy, I could only imagine it's something very sinister, but I mean, it's not where we think they are, you know. As
so
you
think
know,
this could be his pops.
well, he looked like him.
All right, let's listen some more to, because this is who the guys for they're saying is his father, which is Puff Daddy's head of security at that time when I think, who was it who got shot? Who were they saying? Somebody, one of Suge Knight's associates got shot.
Well, yeah, so that's a bad move because
And I even think one of the kids, what's the guy from the BMF, the leader of BMF, or one of the leaders of BMF?
Oh,
Dimitri. I think he got shot here too. I think. I'm not sure.
Really?
But it might be connected, but if it's not the same incident. But let's listen.
Okay.
Gang. We on our way to NYC with it. Y'all already know. Headshot City. Y'all meet us in the Bronx. We headed to the Valley. Now, anybody tuned in from the Valley, we definitely need y'all in the comment box. Let us know what's going on in the hood. Now, based on my research, they're going to say the Valley is a neighborhood located in the Bronx that is between Gun Hill Road and Baychester Avenue. And the person that we're covering today is somebody that they were referred to as a Valley legend. And the person that we're talking about is going to be a guy by the name of Anthony Wolf Jones. Now, if you're familiar with hip hop, definitely in the 1990s, you probably know or heard the name Anthony Wolf Jones. If you're familiar with anything about the rise of Bad Boy Records, you definitely know the name of Anthony Wolf Jones. Now, for most people that heard of Wolf, or when he comes to mind, they probably think of the muscle to Bad Boy Records in the early days. But honestly, before Bad Boy probably even was a thought or idea, Wolf had already had his feet in the streets and began making a name for himself. Now, growing up in the Valley, which some would label as a rough section of the Bronx, with Wolf turning out to be the somewhat notorious figure that he had turned out to be, a lot of people would think that he got his name from the animal due to the animal's intimidating characteristics. But in an interview, his mom would go on to say that he would get the name from a childhood friend of his by the name of Troy and Troy's sister. And they pretty much gave him the name because he would have that widow's peak at the top of his head, him and actually his little brother. So they took on the moniker Wolfgang, and it would change from Wolf and Wolfie to Wolf and Little Wolf. Shout out to Wolf's little brother. It was said growing up, he would align with several guys from his neighborhood, and they would go on to form what was known as the Valley Mob. Not exactly quite sure what kind of work they put in, but it was said that they was very well respected on the streets. Now, Wolf would go on to graduate from Harry Truman High School in the Bronx in 1983. And presumably with an eye on the streets, it wouldn't be long before he landed himself in trouble when he would face an attempted murder bid in the early 1990s. Now, I'm not exactly quite sure how much time he would serve on that attempt bid, but he would find himself back at home for the launch of Bad Boy Records, which was founded in 1993. And due to his relationship with the founder and CEO of Bad Boy Records, Sean Puffy Combs, and his reputation in the streets, which he is the one that is noted to have introduced Sean Puffy Combs to the notorious but mythical figure, Eric Von Zip. And we all know what his connection to Bad Boy Records was. But through those relationships he would go on to establish in the streets and in prison, that would lead to him landing a security job with Bad Boy. And this was no regular security deal, because it was even noted by Gene Deal that Anthony Wolf Jones was pretty much on a salary with Bad Boy Records. He said that Wolf was going to get paid whether he worked security for Puffy that night or not. Going on to say that Wolf was one of the only people that Puffy would really listen to besides Heavy D. Going on to say he mainly listened to Wolf when it came to security situations and anything that had to do with the streets. Now, with Wolf fresh home from that attempt conviction, he would find himself as security for one of the hottest record labels when Bad Boy would launch, and they would drop acts like Notorious B.I.G. as well as Craig Mack. And from that point, it would essentially be no looking back. But the thing about rising to fame, you also going to encounter a certain level of hate. And that's what Bad Boy Records would keep guys like Anthony Wolf Jones on the payroll for. And it was said that on the night of September 23rd, 1995, Wolf would end up making his money.
Looking for the perfect remote job?
What?
Now, with the bad taste from the Source Awards, which had just happened the month before in August, Puffy and Riz will find themselves at a birthday party for Jermaine Dupri in Atlanta. Now, in Jermaine Dupri's account of the situation, he would go on to say that Puffy was with the entourage, Wolf being one of the members of that entourage, but at the same exact party was a person that a lot of the tension at the Source Awards was behind, and that's going to be Suge Knight, and Suge Knight was there with a close friend of his and someone that people would name as his security, a guy by the name of Big Jake Robles. Now, based on reports, some altercation would occur at Jermaine Dupri's birthday party, and it would spill over to some sort of after party that would lead to all parties being in the streets and Puffy and Suge Knight having a heated discussion. And it was during this heated discussion where Jermaine Dupri would say Puffy would go on to take a sip of champagne. And it would be then when he alleged that Anthony Wolf Jones would produce a firearm and begin the firing. And this goes to show the characteristics of Anthony Wolf Jones and the firing when he alleged Puffy would go on to take a sip of champagne. During this heated discussion where Puffy and Suge Knight having a heated discussion. And it was during this heated discussion where Jermaine Dupri would say Puffy would go on to take a sip of champagne. And it would be then when he alleged that Anthony Wolf Jones would produce a firearm and begin the firing. And this goes to show the characteristics of Anthony Wolf Jones and what he would do to go to protect Sean Puffy Combs at that time, because we're not sure if Big Jake Robles was the intended target or if he intended on hitting Suge Knight. But in the process, Big Jake Robles would be shot and killed. Now, Anthony Wolf Jones would never be charged with that murder, but it was wide speculation in the industry. It's like almost one of them things in the hood where everybody know who did it or what happened, but nobody got charged for it. Now, it would be some time after that event where it would be rumored that Anthony Wolf Jones and Puffy would begin to have some sort of split or fallout. Some people say it was over money. A lot of people reference a $300,000 payment. No matter what the situation was, Anthony Wolf Jones would find himself spending more time in Atlanta. Some people even said that he would leave New York and head to Atlanta. I even read some reports to where they said that he might have been security at Justin's, which is Puffy's upscale restaurant in Atlanta. And right around the time of Wolf's travels or move to Atlanta, it would be another big organization making a name for themselves in the city of Atlanta, and that would be BMF, or the Black Mafia family, which was headed by a guy by the name of Demetrius Meach Flannery that we all know now. But at that time, he was not known to many people, but he was friends with Sean Puffy Combs as well as Anthony Wolf Jones. Now, I heard a wide range of stories of these guys spending time to the level on in this episode, even to the point of them being at Wolf's family's house while they were barbecuing. So there was definitely a level of relationship there. And when I talked about the split between Puffy and Wolf, some people would say that it was because Puffy would start to hang under or around BMF a lot more so, whereas at one point in time, if he was going out, he would probably have Wolf by his side. But with forming that relationship with BMF, he probably felt comfortable with the amount of numbers that they would go out with at night. Well, regardless to what the situation was with Puffy or his relationship with BMF, on the night of November 11th, 2003, things would change forever for BMF and for Anthony Wolf Jones, because it would be on that night where, according to BMF affiliates, they would be partying at Club Chaos with several women and several guys in their entourage. And this is where a lot of confusion into Wolf's deaths come into play, because a lot of people would say that he got into an argument with BMF leader Big Meech over a female. And that might be true, but it does not explain the whole situation. Now, BMF had several women in the club with them, like I explained. And one of those particular females happened to be with an associate of BMF, a guy by the name of Eric Mark Whitty, or Swift, which is the nickname that he went by. Now, he was connected to BMF because he was tied into Exotic Motors down in Florida, and he would actually go on to become a CI for the government against BMF, which is crazy. So during the course of BMF partying that night at Club Chaos, it is said that Anthony Wolf Jones would receive a call while he was at another establishment. A lot of people say it was Magic City, and he would show up at Club Chaos, and he would semi-confront, I guess, the female or BMF. attempting to have the female leave the club with him. Now, this situation sounds deep, and I seen an interview with Southwest T's wife where she would go on to semi-defend the female because they would label her as a stripper, but she would go on to say that this female was actually a friend or associate.
This is Meech Flannery to the left. Yeah, just for people that haven't followed
Okay,
this.
that's a young, yes, that's a young Meech.
Yeah, exactly. That's some time ago. Yeah. Okay, let's hear the rest of it.
Of BMF, and she had been with Wolf on that trip to Africa. So it was definitely some kind of personal relationship there. And that's where it get real tricky anytime females or money is involved. But during the course of the conversation, Wolf is asked to leave.
Hey, y'all ladies hear that out there? Anytime females or money. That's he gonna get some back flack. So he's gonna get something back for that. A belt, maybe. I don't know. But
you get the Sonetta.
Go ahead, ladies. Tear them up. Let's go.
Leave Club Chaos. Now, if you're asking yourself, why would they ask Wolf to leave? You got to think that BMF is in this club every however many of days, spending however amount of money. So Wolf is going to be the odd man out in that situation. Now, we're not exactly quite sure if Wolf felt a certain way due to the situation with the female, due to him being kicked out of the club, or due to the relationship that Puffy was maybe establishing with BMF. But everything would hit ahead when the club would begin to close, as Big Meech and BMF associate and someone they referred to as Big Meech's bodyguard, a guy by the name of Amin Bull Hart. As they would arrive at Big Meech's Cadillac SUV, they were confronted by Anthony Wolf Jones and a friend of his by the name of Riz. It was said that a verbal altercation would ensue, and according to sources, it would be at that time where Wolf and Riz would produce firearms and begin to open fire on Big Meech and Bull, actually hitting Big Meech in the butt and actually hitting Bull in the back of the leg. And it would be at this time where a person who is not mentioned much would return fire, essentially killing Anthony Wolf Jones and Riz that night in Atlanta. Now, with Anthony Wolf Jones and Riz in the back of the leg, Riz would produce firearms and begin to open fire on Big Meech and Bull, actually hitting Big Meech in the butt and actually hitting Bull in the back of the leg. And it would be at this time where a person who is not mentioned much would return fire, essentially killing Anthony Wolf Jones and Riz.
Okay, this is where Wolf got killed.
Riz that night in Atlanta. Now, with Anthony Wolf Jones killing Jake Robles in almost essentially the same style, that should tell you right there exactly what he was on. Now, in a twist of fate, Big Meech, who was essentially a victim in that shooting as he was shot as well, would also become the prime suspect as he was charged with those murders. Now, as we all know, he would not be convicted because he would end up running one of the biggest drug trafficking organizations that the nation has ever seen. But this goes to show y'all one valuable lesson I always try to teach. Most enemies start off as friends. Y'all make sure y'all follow me on Instagram, on Twitter.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so that's his pops, dude. That's the guy, or that's the guy they allege is his father.
Alleged.
Right. Sorry about that. Yep.
The only problem, I mean, there's three things I just learned from that, and I don't know if it's true. So, I mean, not everyone out there, don't listen to me, okay? I'm just talking from my little opinion from the UK. Now, the first one that alarmed me was the sip of the drink when he was with Suge Knight, and a shot was let off, okay, and someone was killed. Now, for me, that seems to be a sign. So when you work with you got your bodyguard, you got your shooter. Okay, these guys are not really. You see, there's bodyguards, and then you've got I call them killers, you know, straight up killers. And so that was a sign. Then my man let off the shots. Now he's left New York. Okay, some disagreement with Puffy. Okay, and then Now he's gone down to a different area, and the same things happen because he's a killer. He's a gunman. Okay, but the problem with the gunman and the shooters is that someone from the outside, including the government, including the police, including your friends or anyone, could be involved in your murder. You see, and some people will wait for the opportunity, like an opportunity where you've involved, like especially shooters, where they've involved themselves within a shooting, and you're thinking that the shooting is connected with the person that he shot, and it's not the person that he shot is the one that killed him. You see, coming from a different angle. I'm just, it's a very, it's I'm taking it from a Jamaican point of view, and I've also got there's comparisons between Puff Daddy and Vybz Kartel. There's comparisons there, you see.
Right.
But yeah,
talk
because
about
of
that. What are the comparisons?
Okay, well, look, the comparisons is Vybz Kartel. He grew up. He was a went through high school, so he wasn't really a rough kid. Not to say he was a middle class or anything. He wasn't like a bounty killer who was born in Riverton in utter poverty. Okay, Kartel wasn't born in utter poverty. Kartel's rise to fame was through bounty killer, but when Kartel got to a certain stage, basically Kartel was one chess move away from being competing with Bob Marley to being one of the richest musicians of Jamaica. Okay, what happened is he involved himself with gunmen. Okay, he had one of the deadliest gangs in Jamaica. Was who he was hanging around with. Now Vybz Kartel now is in prison because of a murder. We don't know how many murders he's committed, how many rapes, or what kind of stuff he was going on. But he was, so that's my connection with an artist, which does happen a lot. A lot of artists will have a shooter near them, and the problem with having a shooter near you, especially like the person like Wolf who comes from the street, he's always looking at the boss to say, well, you're not a gunman. I fear only gunmen. But I don't, so after a while, relationships can be strained, and sometimes the boss will put a hit out on his shooter because the shooter is getting too big. He's getting too hot. Okay?
Right.
I'm telling the shooter to do this. He's making up his face, or how he's acting a bit, because they've got a shoot in it. You've got a killer beside you, so you've got as soon it's like having a dog on a leash. You've got a dangerous dog on a leash, and then if you take him off the leash, then there's chances that he may bite someone. So that's the connection that I will be doing a Vybz Kartel show, but that's what that's where I can see a comparison with Puff Daddy and Vybz Kartel, but they're not the only ones.
Right. Yeah, you see the difference here in the pictures? What do you see, man?
Where?
Here, let me just roll it back here.
That's the boy?
Yeah, this is the boy and the father.
That's no way Puff Daddy's son.
Check the series of photos out. Check the series of photos.
Yeah,
Slow-mo.
there's no way.
There you go.
Look, it's exactly the same face as the man.
And then look at this one coming out to the left.
He's got long hair now. So this is the difference between Puff Daddy and the son. You see? And he looks quite tall as well. And I think his dad would look, I don't know what height his dad was. But just,
There's no Puffy in this kid, man. I swear,
Nah,
man. I don't
nah,
see an ounce of Puffy. Who knows what it
nah.
is, but yeah, I hate to say it, but yeah.
So who's to say,
That's
VB,
fucked
that
up.
Puffy never used that opportunity to take him out? It could happen.
Hey, what's this?
It's
That
happened.
what are these dudes from the Bronx? I mean, from Harlem. What's the rapper's name from Harlem? It's not Mace, but it's the other dude. Tag on with Cameron,
Okay.
right?
He's a bad
Cameron.
boy,
Let me
yeah.
see some. Yeah, because they made some comments about.
Jim Jones. You'd have to go and see Jim Jones, and he'll tell you about. I bet Jim Jones will be talking about how
Were they talking? There's some video where they talking about.
for him to slip up and then to cover his tracks, and he sent a shooter down there. But apparently, Puff Daddy was friends with Big Meech, was he? I didn't know that. I didn't know
Yeah,
that.
somebody
You
trying to
see?
hop up. Who was that? Oh, somebody tried to hop up. I missed it. Anyway, go ahead. Yeah, I'm trying to find this video where Cameron and Mace were talking about their feelings. They was responding to the new allegation on Puffy. Let me see here. If I take this, let's see if something else comes up here. I'm sure they got a lot on it, but I'm curious about that. Where I could find it at. Oh, that's you, Jade? Okay. Let me see here.
Yeah, sorry.
You know what? I'm gonna have to try to find it. It was on somebody. Who else played this clip? I forget who it was, but it was Cameron and it was Mace, and they on a show, a podcast that they do, and they were
Oh
discussing
yes.
the drink scenario that Mark
All right,
Curry was
drinks
talking
champs.
about.
Oh, okay, the drinks. Okay, all right,
They,
all right.
they was commenting on Mark Curry. Here it is, right here. I think it's this one. Oh, is it Tisha? Here. Let's play it real quick, bro, just so y'all can see it for yourselves. Tell me what you think about this, bro.
Doing today? Come and sit down and shut the door. We gotta talk.
Scoot it out.
Remember how everybody was like, "Where's Mace? I need Mace to speak up. Where's everybody from Bad Boy? We want them to bury them." Y'all, Mace have actually come out and spoken up. And baby, it is more disgusting. It is more stomach turning. It is more pathetic. And it is more vile than you could ever imagine. I'm about to play what they said in a second, but you guys, I have to be honest with you. You guys know I'm nosy and I scour the web. If you guys want to see, go look at my old playlist, all right? You know I scour the web. I do this for a living, and baby, I enjoy it.
But she have some good insights, bro. I'm telling you, watch this. Watch what she says.
8 days ago, there was a blind item that came up. And I didn't bring it to you guys because I was like, you know what? There's just no way. This blind item has to be wrong. But now, with these recordings that I'm going to play for you, I 100% believe it. And I want to bring you the blind item, and then you listen, let me know. But before I play it, I want to read you the blind item. But I just have to say this, right? Actually, let me just read the blind item, and then I'm going to play the video, and then meet me after the jump. Because the gist of it is, Puffy is trying to make a comeback. The powerful people that tried to take Puffy down, they don't exist. These mofos are still propping Puffy up because they don't want to give up their golden calf. They don't want to give up their golden goose, right? Puffy literally always sucked money out of the community and sucked it up to them. He was a useful tool. Plus, I hear he was quite the ladies' man in a Turkish bath. If you
you hear, that's a great observation right there. Also, but let's continue.
That was
money out of the community
well
and sucked it
put.
up to them. He was literally always sucked money out of the community and sucked it up to them. He was a useful tool. Plus, I hear he was quite the ladies' man in a Turkish bath, if you believe Gene Dill. But also, remember, I was just like, where's Mace? How come nobody in Bad Boy speaking up? after you listen to this interview they did, you will see that maybe the reason that people aren't speaking up is because when Puffy was enjoying those violent delights that had violent ends, those people were the ultimate laxties, parasites, jackals, and they just enjoyed devouring Puffy's leftovers. They are uplifting this person because they were hoping that they could get their leftovers. What's more, they are doing everything they can to normalize Puffy's sick behavior. Let me read you this blind item that I read 8 days ago and tell me this doesn't match. Y'all ready for this? Exclusive. For now on, when I read blind items, I'm going to do the scary music just because I like it. All right. Y'all ready? Cue the music. Oh, wait. I'm the one cueing. Let's go. Okay. Ready? Exclusive insider tea on Take That, Took That's comeback saga. Now, this is a blind item. We don't know if it's on Puffy, but, Take That. I'm sorry. Take That, Took That. Just listen to it, okay? Listen, it's volume up. All right. Yo, buckle up, because I'm about to spill some heavy insider stuff on Take That, Took That's latest drama. Trust me, this ain't another industry whisper. It's the real deal. Picture this. Take That, Took That, the hip-hop mogul we all thought was down for the count, sitting on a throne he feels was snatched from him. Millions gone, but don't get it twisted. He ain't taking this line down. The streets are buzzing with talk that the bigwigs that built him up ain't ready to watch the golden goose get cooked. They're scheming to bring him back. Power, influence, and all. Now here's the comeback plan. You're probably thinking, no way Take That, Took That can bounce back from this, right? But here's the twist. Take That, Took That's fall wasn't just his own doing. He was propped up, enabled by some heavy hitters. And not just them. His crew played their part. Behind every scandal, there's a gang of dudes who were in on the game, taking their share of the spoils. Loyalty, is deeper. They're all in too deep, silent because they're part of the same dirty dance. So here's their strategy, okay? This is important. Watch closely, because the game's in motion. Misinformation is flooding the streets. Whispers, fake clips, all painting Take That, Took That as a victim, not the villain. He was forced to settle, they'll say. Blame the corporations, the insurance. Seems crazy. But that sliver of doubt, it's all they need to flip the script. And the people that rode with Take That, Took That, who got rich or got their kicks from his shady dealings, they'll be out there too, spinning tales of the good old days, making light of the darkness. Boys will be boys. Or is it bad boys will be boys? They're all going to laugh about it. But is this just another ploy? Can they really rewrite history while we're watching? Okay, here's the big picture. Keep your eyes wide open. If Take That, Took That pulls off this comeback, it's not just a win for him. It's a win for all those who ride with him, who keep the machine running. But here's the question. If he slips through the net in broad daylight, what's stopping him from doing or going bigger and badder? Stay alert. This isn't just a comeback. It's a potential shift in the game. And trust me, you don't want to be caught off guard. Y'all.
People think learning piano takes a really long time, but that's false.
Listen, I read that about 8 days ago. I was just like, come on with the cap and be serious, because I thought it was no way. But look at these videos that just dropped from the people we thought was going to save us, the people that thought we were going to speak up, the people that are normalizing Diddy's monstrosities by saying, oh my God, those were the fun times. Haven't we already done that? Y'all, Cue the video. Let's go.
I wish we could talk about the nights. was we ever passionate with y'all? Remember one time? My man let me talk about the past. We was in a whorehouse one time, me and Murder. Me and Murder's in this whorehouse. So we left the bit, we took them out the whorehouse. I had a crib on 144th, a little stash crib over there between Sunf and Lennox. We bought this bitch over there. So Mace was kind of on the way up. He didn't have his deal, but he's popping like it's about to happen. Yeah. And I'm his man, because, we still all of them. So, pardon me, lady, we already talking bitch without, she's sucking his. Wait, pause, to get my dick up. Because I'm not hard yet, pause. I ain't getting hard on how sucking his. So when he start hitting it, I go get yeah. And so he hitting it from the, and he start hitting her, saying, "You wasn't sucking my dick like that." I said, "Yeah, it's my name."
That was fun.
Did you hear that? That is these dudes, man. They so nasty, man. They nasty.
Boy. And the way that they're laughing,
they're getting
just shows
down together in this whole thing. They're getting down, man. This is like group stuff. That's what he's talking about, man. And
well, that's basically rape, isn't it? It depends how you look at it, but it could be classed as rape.
This is a tough one, bro, to even talk about. Rap Funk, what's up, bro? What's up, man? Good to see you. Yo, let me drop the link, and if there's any ladies out there that want to describe what they just heard, hop on up, please. Guys too, if you feel. I found their comments atrocious, man, and but also nasty, more nastiness, man. Because I don't know. Do I even have to explain why that's nasty? But
I even feel.
Yeah,
BB. Sorry, the part that really kind of made my skin crawl is the way that they were laughing. Mace. I think he was like a Christian when he went very quiet, but the way they're just sniggering about.
Bro. He's right, Wab. You're right. Go ahead, Jay. Sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Right, and they're sniggering, and I mean, I don't keep company with people like this, VB.
Bro,
believe you me, I don't keep company with people like that. I don't even like men telling me what they're doing with their missus. I'm not into them thing there, and I'm not someone that goes around telling men about what I do with my missus. But that's just
weird,
me.
Man.
But it's just skin. That is horrible, man. That is
horrible.
That is a young sister, or someone's sister, or someone's mother.
Somebody, but do you see the context of it? Like, she's saying that now some of these minions, Puffy's real minions, are going to start coming out and trying to normalize it. Like, there's also one about Nick Cannon's comments. Nick Cannon made some comments where it sounded really weird, but let me play this one more time, and then we can see Nick Cannon's ones. Let's see here.
I wish we could talk about the nights. was we ever passionate with y'all? Remember one time? My man let me talk about the past. We was in a whorehouse one time, me and Murder. Me and Murder's in this whorehouse. So we left the bit, we took them out the whorehouse. I had a crib on 144th, a little stash crib over there between Sunf and Lennox. We bought this bitch over there. So Mace was kind of on the way up. He didn't have his deal, but he's popping like it's about to happen. Yeah. And I'm his man, because, we still all of them. So, pardon me, lady, we already talking bitch without, she's sucking his. Wait, pause, to get my dick up. Because I'm not hard yet, pause. I ain't getting hard on how sucking his. So when he start hitting it, I go get head. And so he hitting it from the, and he start hitting her, say, you wasn't sucking my dick like that. I said, yeah, it's my name.
Yeah, man. That is just
Sword fights, mate.
too terrible, man. I
Sword
don't get it,
fighting.
man. Let me see here. Nick Cannon. I think his comments will probably come up here. Let's see. Says we are all bet. Look at this bullshit, dude. Look. But again, I give homegirl credit, so much credit. Look, she all over it again. Tisha tells. I mean, she already covered this shit.
I'm gonna have to
It's
subscribe to
crazy,
that
but
lady.
look, yeah.
Nick out for using his son's death as ratings for his show, and then before they were even done mourning his son, he got another girl pregnant. Nick ain't ish. Get this. Here's the rules Nick Cannon's children's moms allegedly follow. 1, they must all get along with him. When asked in a May 2022 interview about whether his children's moms get along with one another, Nick replied, they don't have to, but added that they do have to get along with him. So again, to me, that's sick because you are fostering competitiveness. Whoever pleases you the most, doesn't fuss the most, shows that she's down for everything. All the women he's with are working full-time jobs. This man is a millionaire. Okay, whatever, right? But he wants them not to be close, and everybody just focus on him. Oh, there's more. They have to be respectful to one another. He doesn't force friendships between the mothers. You won't see the women trashing each other either.
I hear you, Wild Funk. Yeah, let's take a look at that.
In March, Bree Tessie revealed that the mothers keep things civil and don't have drama with one another. He said, I feel like everybody is focused on their own family and their own situation. And we're all very supportive and just respect that. Like, that's your family. This is ours. And if you need anything, we're here. Mind you, the kids are not allowed to play together. So again,
Hold on. Let me go back.
Okay, so let's get into this. All right, sound up. Here we go.
For Cassie.
Hold on.
Nice comment for Cassie.
Yeah.
With everything that's been happening with Diddy.
Here it is. Y'all ready? Here it is. I'm sorry.
I think it's just man, and as we all sit here, we've been in this game for a long time, and there's a lot of things that we probably don't know the details on, but we all on the outside looking.
Look at Tisa's face, man. This is crazy.
Get in, and like when you start to hear stuff, you don't know how to feel because like you know these people or you've seen it, and I'm like,
really?
Damn, is that what was going on? Or like, and
he's doing a horrible job right now, but he had to do it.
We just like the audience, we sitting back, you know, praying and hoping for the best, but then at the same time, when you know individuals, it's like a family member. When you hear something happen, like, damn, I don't agree with the behavior, but I care for the person.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't, you know, when you think about Diddy, like,
wow, really strange.
Think about all that Diddy has done for the culture.
Indeed. I hate when they say culture too, man. That whole culture thing, again, that's a scheme. That's a sales ploy that they use on the black community. The culture. It's like none of this shit has been our culture for a minute that you've seen in rap. This shit that just came out of it it's like a Franz Fanon Frankenstein story of put together monster is what that is. You know what I'm saying? What these guys turned it into. But let me keep playing this shit here.
Just not him.
All these excuses he making.
The person, or
hold on, let me start this shit over because you might have to hear this for what it really sound. He sound like a chipmunk saying this shit, yo. Really, he sounds literally like a fucking chipmunk. We got to hear this dude. What's going on? Play. Oh, skip here. All right.
Now as we all sit here, we've been in this game for a long time, and there's a lot of things that we probably don't know the details on, but we all on the outside looking in, and like when you start to hear stuff, you don't know how to feel because like you know these people or you've seen it, and I'm like, damn, is that what was going on? Or like, and
he's like, I didn't know. I had no idea. Surprise.
We just like the audience, we sitting back, you know, praying and hoping for the best, but then at the same time, when you know individuals, it's like a family member. When you hear something happen, like, damn, I don't agree with the behavior, but I care for the person.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like I don't, when you think about Diddy, like think about all that Diddy has
That is so deep. I don't agree with the behavior, but I care about the person.
done for the culture.
Indeed.
Just not him as the person, or because
30 years of timeless music and moments.
Like what do and
30 years of timeless music. You hear that? That's what I mean. It's a ploy, the culture. It's just a sales ploy. These motherfuckers, man, I swear, it's so horrible. But
and because we witnessed this, whether it's with R. Kelly or Bill Cosby and stuff, like what do we, as we watch it, we're watching it in real time, and we don't know how to feel because one, we don't know the truth. You know what I mean? We don't know what, and
we don't know everything.
We don't know everything. When it's revealed, it'll be revealed. And then when
wow, that's so what a coincidence that he's saying that. We don't know the truth. Almost 100% of the time, that's exactly what cats are saying. Denial. But
we are presented whatever the actual truth is. It's like, all right, well, how do we feel about what we've signed on for to be a part of that person's movement?
Right.
But
we be a part of, signed on to somebody's movement to be a part of it. So you mean this ain't our culture no more, though? You see how manipulative that is?
It was all bad boy for life. It ain't going.
Okay.
That is crazy manipulative. What you think about his comments, bro?
Well, he's letting
Hey,
out
Andrea,
a lot.
back?
He's hi Andrea. Hey sister Andrea. Yeah, he's letting a lot out. Again, I'm gonna have to go back and listen it. Sometimes, my ears, but maybe if I had it in written form, but I would love to see the actual conversation in like text, so I could read it and kind of say, okay, because he was letting out a lot of stuff there. As you said, he was bouncing from culture to
he should never speak on that matter again. He made a fool out of himself. He just totally made himself look like, damn, what are you hiding? He made it look like he's hiding something. That's the only thing that came out of this. He did not defend his position at all. It was just like abba, explaining. As they say, grape explaining,
Yeah, he also revealed how much he adores Puffy. So Puffy is seen by quite a few people in the industry, as the man, the man not to mess with, the god, the leader of the cultural movement. People
Do you
don't
think
understand
Nick Cannon's
him.
been to any Puffy parties?
He's been more than been in there. He's been turned out. You know what I mean? Well, he's another. he's been turned out more than I've had hot dinners. Listen, right? Any man, VB, what is wrong? What I want to say, what is wrong with just having one woman? Okay, your queen, yeah, and that's it. That's how real men do their thing. These men that want to have more than one women, you got to watch them kind of guys. Some of them guys are they're gay. They're gay. They got they're sex addicts.
Yeah, I
They're
think
sex
so.
addicts.
Yes, I think you're right, bro.
And any man that you see
Excellent observation.
Lots of
Go
women, lots of women and love talk about women, and always kind of want to have multiple relationships and thinks he's the big man. Watch that one. Like the same one, the gay bashers. You got to watch a gay basher. The man that always bashing gays. Why bashing gays? You know what I mean? So he's the one. He got gay in him. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Same with Puffy. He's all about the ladies, but he used the ladies to get the guys. That's so, just think about all the work people put in. That is such a lot of insanity. Like, yeah.
VB, another thing with this, I mean, look, it's never crossed my mind to do something like that, But look, I've worked with people, and I wouldn't say I've got friends, but I have people that I've met over my career, working in London, and they're like people that I can talk to, you know what I mean? These are people and they're gay, right? But the difference with, I don't know, I think I heard you say something earlier. I did want to talk about it. Like when like in the prison where they have, they're having, it's not a thing to say, because some of them guys will say that they're not gay, you see. So
Right.
it's a thing to do with power, you see. It's a power thing. So Puff Daddy's not the only one. A lot of them gangsters, a lot of the top dogs in prisons, you know, engage in these behaviors, but it's past sexual. It's become a thing of control and power. And the reason I got that one was from Ross Kemp when he went to South Africa, and he was interviewing the prisoners inside the prison in South Africa, and he got two major gangs. And the guy, he said, "You sleep with men?" He said, "Yes." But Ross Kemp said, "But that makes you gay." He said, "I'm not gay." He said, "I do it because
You're
it's for
gay.
the power. It's for the power, you
You
know."
like you're a guy and you like man, and you like men sexually, you're gay. That's just what it is at the end of the day, and vice versa.
Well, I would,
For
yeah.
the ladies too. If you're a lady and you like women sexually, you're gay, right? Isn't that what it come down to? But yo, hey, Wab Funk is here. Yo, let's see what Wab got to say. How you been, bro? Long time, man. Is your mic on?
Peace, brother. How you doing?
Turn your mic up a
Can you
little
hear me?
bit.
Let me see.
Can you turn it up?
I'm
Hold
on
on. Let
Bluetooth.
me see if I can
I'm
adjust
on
it.
Bluetooth.
You kind of low.
Can you
I
hear
think
me
he
now?
must be on hands free.
Yeah, I'm on hands free.
Okay. Well,
Yeah,
go ahead.
big up
Just try
Wab
to
Funk.
talk close to the mic. We can hear you.
He's gonna come back in. He's
He's hopping out and coming back in. Oh, right. Yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
because his headphone set. But
Right.
yeah, it's that power, man, them power thing. So, you know, and there's a lot of this kind of stuff in our community, you know. I don't know where, you know, it's always happened, you know. My grandma used to tell me about feminine people and stuff like that, and you know, men, you know, that the area in Jamaica way back in the day, you know, and people would say, yeah, he's a batty man or whatever, you know. So, but yeah, this bisexual thing, and you know, I'm gonna mute out now.
Oh yeah. Okay. Wab's back. Yo, Wab, you there?
Yo, have you got feedback?
Oh, I can hear you now, bro. It's perfect. Nah, no feedback. No feedback. You good?
How you
How's
doing,
everything?
fam? Good to see you back online.
Yeah. Thank you, man. You're welcome. I'm back, bro. Just it's hard to get on at this time period, but I was like, you know what? Let me do this today, man. See what's up
Yeah,
with
man.
the.
I was just a bit wary about the background noise, but yeah, I'm taking the Bluetooth up. Yeah, man. Look at the times, eh? It's all coming out, isn't it?
It's all coming out now. Can you imagine that? 6 months ago, it didn't seem like any of this shit would come out, but it's all out. It's like not just Sonetta and the House of Consciousness, but now all the way to the top. Not from the root, but to the tutor. Not the total top, not the total head, but you know, the neck area, you could say.
That closet's bursted. I like how they all play coy about this. They all know what happened. You've got Nick Cannon. He ended up hooking up with Mariah Carey. If anything, I know he was a bit young because he was doing the Nickelodeon thing where this was happening, but like, she would have told him what was going on.
Yeah,
when they hooked up. Oh yeah, because Mariah worked with Diddy too. She was just she was in a good pay bracket, so I'm sure he didn't try all this shit that he was trying on, you know, these young,
You know what? That's an
young black artists.
That's an excellent point. Go ahead, man. Keep talking. Yeah, go ahead.
But yeah, man. I mean, you look at Cameron and Mace. They said that it all happened in a whorehouse, and they were 16 when it happened. But remember that kid, Jerome?
The kid Jerome. No, you were mentioning that earlier. Jerome who?
He had that 90s hit, Not Too Young for You, Not
Hold on,
Too
let me hear
Young for
this.
Me.
Let's see
It
this.
was big for a minute, and then he just disappeared.
He was on Bad Boy?
He was on Bad Boy, yeah.
And you said it's Not Too Young. Do you see it here? Evil of Bad Boy Records, Little Jerome story? Oh my God.
Oh, is there a story about it?
And I see the song Too Old for Me. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
What were you going to say? Yeah, go ahead.
So it was just like there's a bit of a trend happening here with these young artists and Diddy, and all this debauchery.
You know
You know what I
what?
mean?
We have to see this just for 1 second, man. Let me just put this on for 1 second just so people can see it. I'm gonna turn the audio off though.
Right.
Can y'all see this? Look at this. That's Puff Daddy right in the front.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Puff Daddy.
It's like a Rolls Royce, isn't it?
Yeah. Looks
Or a
like a
Bentley.
Rolls Royce.
That's a Rolls Royce. Yeah, that's a
What's
big
the quality
Rolls
not
Royce.
on higher, man? What's up with this? Okay. This is him.
That's
This the
it.
guy
That's
you
the kid.
talking about.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
I don't like how this look, bro. I don't like how this looks, man. He looks weird. Puff Daddy looks weird, man.
Even the lyrics in the song, man, they were a bit.
Really?
Yeah.
The lyrics? What you mean by that?
It's the kid pretty much singing, "You're not too old for me, and I'm not too young for you."
Whoa, 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 whoa. You're not too old for me, and I'm not too old for you.
Yeah, and was like he was trying to do the little, macking
And
thing on
Diddy,
an older woman
it
in the
says,
video and stuff.
it says Diddy lost. It said this kid lost everything. Wait a second, man. Let me play some of this, dude. The evil side. Let me play some of this, man. Thanks for bringing this to my attention, because as you
Damn, I didn't know there was.
know,
I had a
how
feeling it was
many?
a backstory, but when you were talking about it, I was like, I remember that kid too, because everyone's been talking about Usher, everyone's been talking about Bieber, and all these things that,
Right, right. Yeah, and it's so, you know what? He's been getting away with it for so long. It's almost like you can't remember all the things he's been accused of, all the people. And this kid, I remember this kid, and I always thought, like, what happened to him? He was like another one-hit wonder, right?
Yeah, he was one in one.
Let
So
me
how
see.
old if Mace and Cameron was 16 in that whorehouse, Mace was already signed to Diddy. So what was going on before that for him to be 16 and doing that kind of shit in a whorehouse?
Right, I caught that. Yeah, you're right. I mean, I will say that 16 is a crazy time for the inner city
I
for
get that.
kids, and I think it's all a matter of if you're in the house or you're out of the house, and the places you go. I mean, I would lie to you if I said that I've never, at 15 or 16 maybe, that I've never driven by the strip where the ladies are at
Yeah,
nighttime.
your hormones are going
Riding
wild and shit.
with my friends,
But
right?
I mean, to have that kind of courage to be going to a whorehouse and performing like that,
Yeah,
or
but they
doing
up
that sort
inside
of
the
stuff.
house. Yeah, but look at the same thing.
But
You
that
could,
they said the whorehouse. They could be covering up.
but listen, at that age, you got to remember, 15, 16, it could also be a crack house.
It could be.
That's more normal for people to understand, right? Like 15,
Probably.
16-year-old boy, crack house, selling
Yeah.
drugs, same environment. It's
More than likely.
criminality.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, and sometimes they intersect, but let's see. But I get your point, though. Absolutely, that's like, wow.
It'd be interesting to know when Mace was signed to Bad Boy.
Well, the thing about it is that was their response to when they were asked, when the subject came up of Diddy, like some of the things that they were saying, and they're kind of making light of it, I guess, allegedly, right? That's what it seemed like, that they were making light of it by talking about this situation. Like what she was saying was is that Tisa Tells had a point, and that point was is that she was saying that Puffy now has to spin this, and the people around him also have to justify, hey, what were you doing? How come you didn't speak up? And so now people like that, and including Nick Cannon, they're going to start making these bizarre statements publicly to try to justify it.
It's just poor timing and poor statements too, man.
Yeah, you see, to try to undermine it, make light of it, and I have to say, I agree
out of the way now so that they don't come back on us later.
Yeah, exactly, man. But let's listen to this, man, because let's see what they say about this young boy, man. This is crazy, brother. I've never heard of this before, man. I remember the kid, but I never heard what happened to him. So let's see.
founder Sean P. Diddy Combs, artists like Biggie Smalls, Black Rob, Mace, Total, Faith Evans, and 112 saw their albums rise to the top of the charts. Not only does Diddy have an eye for talent, but he possesses the perfect formula which turns ordinary people into superstars. In most cases, signing a major record deal opens the door to a lavish lifestyle. But there's another side of the business that many people aren't aware of. A much darker side. A young and impressionable entertainer with hopes of becoming a household name found this out the hard way. And this is his story. Before we get started, don't forget you can gain access to this audio and one unreleased video per month on the RRG Patreon. Details are in the description box. Now, let's get into today's video. Jerome grew up on the east side of Akron, Ohio, with his mom, dad, and his older sister, Nichelle. He and his sister would spend their time singing in the basement, and when she joined a singing group called Four Shades of Ebony, Jerome would tag along to their performances. Watching the audience's reaction to his sister sparked his desire to become a performer as well. His mom told Cleve Scene website that at the age of 8, Jerome would approach people on the street and simply ask them, "Can I sing for you?" And who could say no to a cute young kid? Jerome would belt out his rendition of the national anthem, which he perfected by imitating Marvin Gaye's voice. His sister's group recorded demos with an Ohio musician named Michael Jackson, who had connections with Jodeci and a few entertainment lawyers in New York. One of the lawyers called Jerome's parents and told them he was somewhat interested in working with the girl group, but the lawyer also wanted to know if anyone else in the family could sing. That's when Jerome's parents put him on the phone, and the lawyer was blown away. Jerome was signed to a production company called Brownwood and Blacktree. He and his dad began traveling to different music events for him to perform. Michael Bivins of New Edition was interested in working with Jerome, but nothing quite panned out. Fast forward to 1996. The radio waves were dominated by Tupac Shakur, Sheryl Crow, the Spice Girls, Nas, Genuine, and Toni Braxton. It was an eclectic time when several genres of music were making an impact, and still there was room for new sounds, new voices, and new entertainers to leave their mark. Diddy was looking to expand his label by adding some young and fresh talent to the mix. After seeing a videotape of Jerome performing at a showcase, Diddy was
He's got a bit of
intrigued.
Charlie in his nose there.
According to Cleve Scene,
Yo, what'd you say, Jay?
No, that picture looked like he had some white stuff in his nose there, and
Yeah,
that
look
picture
at
there,
this.
he got a little white stuff in his nose. But also, you see that picture there, he kind of looked like that boy now. But sorry, I'll cut my.
I peeped that
go on
too.
mute.
It was like a little version of him.
Yeah, just by looking at this picture, he might have been his son. But the
Looked like
thing
his
with
son,
that boy is he's lighter skinned. But he does look like the boy. Now looking at Puff Daddy from that angle.
Ah, okay, I see what you mean. Right.
And he's
So
got some white stuff in
maybe
his
it's not
nose.
Wolf's son. Yeah. All right.
and his label by adding some young and fresh talent to the mix. After seeing a
But I think his look on his face is a little weird, but in any case.
videotape of Jerome performing at a showcase, Diddy was intrigued.
Exactly.
That's
According
the
to
coke
Cleve
eyes, innit?
Scene website, Diddy had
Huh? What'd you say?
That's the coke eyes, isn't it? Go back to the eyes. I mean, police look at you and they can tell.
No.
Look at
It's
it.
the beady eyes. Those beady eyes.
Beady eyes.
Look how white it is. Okay. Yeah.
And very clear
Credit
though.
up.
You're right.
talent to the mix. After seeing a videotape of Jerome performing at a showcase, Diddy was intrigued. According to Cleve Scene website, Diddy had Jerome, his parents, and his sister flown out from Ohio to New York. Diddy had them driven around in limousines, and he housed them in a fancy hotel. When it came time for Jerome to audition in front of Diddy, he was ready. He said Diddy had just released Biggie's album, and that's why I really wasn't nervous about performing for him, because he wasn't that known. Jerome sang 5 songs, including tracks by Nat King Cole and Stevie Wonder. Fascinated by the young boy with a smooth voice, Puffy signed him right away. Jerome was pulled from his school in Akron and enrolled in a New York school for children who were involved in show business. His dad quit his job as a carpenter to become
I wonder what the contract looked like, though.
Jerome's manager. They leased an apartment in New York so Jerome could record his first album with producers like Mario Winans and Heavy D, and songwriter Kelly Price. His mom and sister stayed back home in Akron, and his mom managed all of the paperwork pertaining to Jerome's new career. Went into overdrive to promote its new talent. Jerome was scheduled to do a fashion shoot with Tommy Hilfiger, and Rolling Stone magazine put him in their Next Wave category. Jerome was given the best seats at polo matches in the Hamptons, jetted off to Atlanta and Las Vegas, and mingled with Jay-Z, Mariah Carey, Timberland, and record exec Clive Davis. Things were moving so fast that Jerome told Cleavescene he didn't have time to be starstruck by all of the big-time celebrities he was meeting. Details about his real age are a bit confusing, but Real Reality Gossip can exclusively confirm that Jerome was born on November 20th, 1985, which means he signed with Bad Boy Records at the age of 11. For being so young, he had a good...
So he's the youngest. He's the youngest, right, to ever sign
Isn't that
to
against the law, though?
That we know.
Not without with his parents' permission, he can do it.
Well,
I don't know what the limitations on that are,
right.
but
It might not be the first one.
but wait a second. I don't know if that's. I don't know. I'm not sure about what the New York law is on that, but that would be good to know. But yeah, it's a good question, bro. So.
Good head on his shoulders. He told Cleavescene he and his family were very religious. He added, "I just work for it and pray for it and make sure that I don't get out of line or a big head. Mom and Dad are there for me to keep me grounded." His parents carefully watched over the material Jerome was asked to record. They refused to allow him to curse or sing about intimate topics. They didn't mind if the beats were seductive, but they wanted to make sure all of his music was age appropriate. In 1998, Jerome finally got his time to shine. His song entitled Crush on You was featured on Bad Boy's EP entitled Nothing But the Hotness in '98. Not long after, he released the song Too Old for Me, which was the lead single off the Bad Boy Greatest Hits Volume 1 album. Music lovers went wild. The song was such a hit that Jerome was asked to film a music video for the track. The video featured Diddy behind the wheel of a Bentley as he gave Jerome some dating advice. His love interest was played by his Bad Boy label mate Keisha Spivey of Total, and NBA superstar Anthony Penny Hardaway made an appearance as Keisha's boyfriend. The song was so popular it was remixed a few times, including once with rapper Noriega, and Jerome was officially the hottest new star on the scene. He was invited to all the hottest parties, including an event thrown by Diddy himself. Jerome admitted to Cleavescene.
Damn, Web Funk, again, thank you, bro. This is a really interesting, in retrospect, you can see like, wow, there was this kid also, Jerome. People forgot about this kid, man.
That following the star-studded event, he went back home and was so bored after all the excitement wore off. Jerome said, "It makes you want to get more and more." He was also starting to get recognized in public. A girl ran up to him and asked him for his autograph at New Orleans airport, and another girl in Puerto Rico tracked down his phone number and called his house. Jerome said it was still awkward to have people approach him in shopping malls, but he was getting used to it. And of course, his parents were still right there to keep him in check. His mom said, "We just try to stay level-headed and grounded, because it could be gone tomorrow." Jerome appeared on the Belly soundtrack. He also recorded and released 2 more songs, No
Sounds like his mom was there. His family was there for him.
Disturb Sign, featuring Heavy D,
That's
and a
probably
song
why it was
called
a one-hit
Dear
wonder.
Yvette. It was time.
Say that again?
That's probably why it was a one-hit wonder.
Right,
Facts.
exactly.
Facts.
Yeah. Well, apparently somebody made a video, so something must be up. Let's see. It's coming.
For Jerome to put out his own album. In an interview with Bad Boy Blog, Jerome
This video is called The Evil Side of Bad Boy Records. The Little Jerome Story. Too Old for Me. Damn.
said he recorded 13 new songs, but the music would never see the light of day. He was getting older and his voice was changing. In an interview with Bad Boy Blog, Jerome said he recorded 13 new songs, but the music would never see the light of day. He was getting older.
I remember that. That was a big, at that time, it was unfortunate, but I didn't see into it more, because that's a while ago with Bad Boy Records. This is like, what, 20 years ago? 15, 20, maybe 20 years ago with Bad Boy.
More than that.
More than that, 25?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's early on. It's early Bad Boy. But yeah, let's listen. Let's see.
And his voice was changing. Jerome told the blog there were times when he would try to hit certain notes, but nothing would come out. He added, it was driving the whole label and me crazy because we didn't know what was going on at the time. The label thought it was just the typical growing pains of puberty, and after his voice changed, they could get things back on track. But once they realized his voice had already gone through the change, they were puzzled. They tried to blame it on allergies, but that wasn't the problem either. Jerome was eventually diagnosed with reflux disease, an ailment that causes acid reflux to irritate the lining of the esophagus. Things began to speed up with his career ahead of the anticipated March 2000 release of his album. He said he was booked for back-to-back photo shoots and studio sessions, but puberty and his new diagnosis was wreaking havoc on him emotionally and mentally. The pressure became too much, and at the age of 14, Jerome suffered a nervous breakdown. Diddy reportedly thought it was best to drop Jerome's album entirely, and that wasn't the only thing that got dropped. Jerome was released from his recording contract as well.
Are you sick of having issues with your web?
Damn. Okay. Let's see.
In Akron, Jerome was able to get the help he needed. With his life on the mend, he signed on to appear in a 2007 Christian play called Paul, A Musical Journey. Jerome told the Bad Boy blog he had been playing the character John Mark for the past few years, and he and the cast performed in many famous theaters around Cleveland. As far as the industry goes, he said he wasn't in contact with anyone from Bad Boy after he was dropped from the label. He went on to perform the national anthem a few times at local events, but he was more focused on getting his degree in international business from Akron University. He's also proud to announce he can fluently speak 5 different languages, including French, German, Spanish, Italian, and Chinese. He and his parents founded a company called K&S Entertainment, and in 2009, Jerome released an album called Caught Up in Love. He followed that up with the 2012 release of his sophomore album entitled God's Big Picture. Jerome's Twitter account tells the story of a young man who was open and honest about his struggles. In a 2014 tweet, he wrote he was thankful for another day, but he sometimes gets depressed over the bad things in his life. He's also desperately trying to reach out to his old friends and business associates from his Bad Boy days. In a March 2021 tweet directed at Mario Winans, Jerome writes, "Hey, this is Jerome again. I just want to let you know that I'm sorry your hard work on my album never panned out because I got sick." Jerome also gave Mario a link to a cover of a Sam Cooke song he recorded. Real Reality Gossip can confirm that Mario didn't publicly acknowledge the tweet, and neither has.
I thought it was going to be connected to. It seems like this is simple. This is a simple issue of bad business, right?
I don't know. But what do you think you saw at the parties and
that is
Polo at
interesting.
the Hamptons and stuff like that? It's more convenient to say that he lost his voice and shit. He's singing. He started singing after that.
Yeah,
But maybe his parents didn't want to play ball.
Yep.
I mean, yeah, man. There is so many.
They got threatened.
Well, hold on. What is this? Surviving Bad Boy Records, Little Jerome.
I mean, can you imagine what they were doing to him? They're probably abusing him.
Is this more to this? Wait a second. Let's see. There's somebody who it seems like they got Jerome in here with Mace, and let me just be cautious here. But come get this. What is this commentary? Yeah, exactly. Come get this commentary. Has produced this video, so let's see what they do. Oh, she's a pretty sister. Let's see here.
Everybody, welcome back to the channel. What's good? I'm Kiva. So today we're going to talk about surviving P. Diddy, surviving Bad Boy. I was not aware of how his artists were treated and a lot of the backlash
Can y'all hear
that
this?
he has gotten and received.
Yeah, we can hear it. We can hear it.
Yes.
It kills me when I start talking and all of a sudden the thirst comes. So sorry. I was watching a video and when I find it, it'll be linked because I want to be sure to give that channel credit. But they did a video on a young man named Jerome Chowders. He went by Little Jerome or Lil Jerome, Lil Jerome. And he was signed at around 11. But by the time he was 14, the young man ended up having a nervous breakdown. So,
see, that's my
long
point.
story short,
Mm-hmm.
he loved to sing. He ended up getting discovered by Diddy, doing some songs,
Is this recent?
having a good little
Maybe.
run. But he was
No, this is the video.
Yeah.
Is the video recent?
From 11 to
It's
14.
2 years ago. It's 2 years
Oh,
now.
okay. All right.
Only
Right.
3 years and he got a mental breakdown from whatever happened
But
to him.
yeah, man.
Yeah, so
That's,
it's not recent.
I mean, a mental breakdown is deep, bro. It's not a.
That's deep.
Yeah, it's not just.
So I just get this feeling that that whole thing about his voice breaking and that mystery disease
Yeah,
was a cover up because his parents were religious too.
definitely.
They didn't want to
Definitely.
smear his,
Definitely.
Yeah, and him not singing, like.
And you don't know what
And
bags
he's-
they
I
come
hear
on.
you. It definitely sounds. It's interesting because some of the same things that kids do, you think when they would be molested, possibly they say they stop talking or they can become angry, have emotional fits and stuff like that. So you never know, man. You never know. You never know, bro. But I do think there's enough here to already suspect that it's possible because just given the nature of the other activities Puffy has associated himself with, right?
And look at what Cassie said.
Also, huh?
Look at what Cassie said. She showed her the high life and all that sort of stuff, and she felt indebted to it. That's why she didn't speak.
Yep,
Right.
exactly. It's true, man. I mean,
The Bambata syndrome.
man, this stuff is just. But I'm just curious if she dropped some bombs in here. Let's listen.
in that his voice hadn't hit puberty. So he had that voice that was marketable, at that time and things like that. However, he ended up getting sick. And he
I
ended
like
up
what she's
having,
doing.
because they thought it was allergies and that his voice would clear up. And this, at the time he got sick, he had a bunch of promotions coming up. He was doing some photo shoots, like he was going to drop another album, but his voice just wouldn't get right. And in the video that the young lady did, she said that it was driving him crazy. It was driving the label crazy. It was driving P. Diddy crazy. And in the end, he went to the doctor and found out he had a reflux disease, like acid reflux. It irritated the lining of his throat. Then he hit puberty, so he just was not going to get these notes that they wanted. And
Acid
they turned
reflux
around,
is something to do with your stomach,
dropped him off
not
the
your
label,
throat.
took him off for everything, canceled him.
You say it has something to do with the stomach, not the throat. Well, I'm
The
not sure.
esophagus.
Yeah,
Right, the esophagus, which is kind of under the throat,
esophagus.
right?
Oh, is
Let's
it?
see.
Oh, right.
Oh, look,
yeah.
it could be a
Come
thing. Could be a thing. So yeah, we're not going to speculate on that.
Yeah,
see what
yeah.
she
Let's keep
you
listening. But go
Yeah,
ahead, Jay.
sorry.
What else
No,
was it?
I'm sorry to go there, but because of what who's to say they weren't, he wasn't giving oral or something, the poor little kid or something, and they mash him up. I don't know.
Well, the esophagus is the throat. It's the lower part of the throat, right? It let's see here for a second, man. Just to show people, because a lot of people may not know what the esophagus is, brother. But so let me just blow this up.
Well, the way how Mace and Cameron was explaining at 16, you know, battering women. It, as you said, it could have been in a drug house. It could have been in a brothel. You know, so they're highly sexualized. But you know, he's a young kid, 11 years old. Who's to say that his parents was always there around?
You see this? You see?
Where's the esophagus?
Look,
Yeah, so that's in the stomach.
reflux is just acid coming back up.
Yeah, from the
I'm
stomach.
not sure whether it affects your singing.
Right.
That's the first I've heard of it. But it could be a thing. I don't know. I'm not a singer. So, yeah. Let's hear what she's got to say.
That's Puff Daddy, man. Puff Daddy's got his own doctor. He's a voodoo doctor. You know, that he goes and he can write, you know, he does all the autopsies for him. He does all these kind of stuff. He's very shady, man. You know.
All right, let's see what else she got to say about this one. Hold on. Let's see here.
Breakdown at 14. You know, and I know I get it. It's not Diddy's fault that he got sick. P. Diddy's not the label's fault he's got sick. It's just that it's loyalty of any kind. And I know. Keep us in the industry. You can't expect it. I get it. I got it. I know. But you still want to say, where the hell is the loyalty? You couldn't just change up the swag of the song or whatever. I don't know the terminology. I'm 47, but you couldn't have did a little something different to help the young man, to keep him going, or put him on the background of a song. This label, from what I'm reading,
I don't think this is before all this shit came out. I think if you had to ask her now, her opinion would change.
Oh, you think she might think like maybe it has.
She's got this thing that BBD just mistreated his artist and just abandoned him.
I mean, man, it is.
That's where I see it going anyway.
Well, for me, just the underlying principle is just given the fact that all this other stuff has come out about Puffy.
Yeah.
I don't think you can ignore this thing. You can't just. You have to look at this with new eyes, of course.
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
I agree 100%, man. You can't just toss this story out when so many others have now been, you know, pretty much corroborated.
The funny thing is, given that last video, obviously this guy's found God again and stuff. He's singing again and all that sort of stuff. Trying to get in touch with Winans, at least. Obviously looking for production and stuff like that again. But that's besides the point. Diddy himself, do you know how he came to fame?
How he came to
fame?
To have us what? What do you mean? In what way? Like music
Came
wise?
to be the producer and the mogul that he is?
Oh, well, I don't know. Nah, man. I know the only thing I know is that he started off doing parties. I know that because he used to come to DC. I think he went to Howard a little bit for a short time.
Before that he started he was really interested in the music industry. And I think he just keep going back to and I think he was taken under the wing of, was it Harrell or Stout?
Andre Harrell, right. Yeah. And Andre Harrell is one of the dudes from Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, the rap group from back in the day down with Russell Simmons.
He became a mogul himself, right?
Right.
And then he was taken under somebody's wing. I'm not sure if it was those two. I think it may be somebody else that I'm missing. But they were quite big in the industry, that almost like a Benny Medina sort of thing. And he would just do.
He worked for Andre Harrell
stuff for these guys, like coffee and shit like that.
Right. He worked for him, Andre Harrell.
Yeah. And he took him under his wing, and as a young kid too. He was a young kid. I think the parties came a bit later when he got a bit more notoriety.
Right.
But he was like sitting in on productions and stuff like that with big producers, and he learned it. But before that, he was like running mail, little errands and stuff like that for Harrell.
T-Boy.
Here, let's see what Andre Harrell says.
New generation.
What is your impression of Puff's place in global youth culture?
I think Puff is a youth culture icon, depicting a new generation of success for young people to
He
look up
had
to.
to, VB.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Go ahead.
sorry. The
Go ahead,
body
Jay.
language of that guy there, what he just said. He had to. If you go back a bit, he was looking to the. His
He's a
eyes were going all
cultural
over the
icon.
place.
Yeah, the same thing.
Yeah, he was very careful on what he was saying, and you can see he had a look of shock in his face when he said Diddy, like, oh no, this is the question, I better get this right.
Your impression of
All right, let's see it.
place in the global youth culture?
You see the mouth move.
I think Puff is a
Look at the
youth
eyes.
culture icon.
Yeah, he's lying. Something's not right.
I think
Yeah.
Puff is a
Just to
youth
note, there were stories
culture
about Harrell as well.
icon.
He had to think a lot about what to say, man. It seems like. What?
Yeah,
Hold on.
there's some nasty things that came out about Harrell as well. Is he dead?
Really?
What is
Did he die?
impression
He died.
in the global
Yeah, he died recently, a heart attack, I believe.
Yeah.
I think Puff is a youth culture icon.
You're right.
Depicting a new generation.
That is so
of,
scripted.
Success for young people.
That's a scripted.
What is your impression of Puff's place in the global youth culture?
I think Puff is a youth culture icon, depicting a new generation of success for young people to look up to.
I'm just trying to say that Puff Diddy was exposed to a lot of the shit that he started practicing himself at a very young age.
Right.
Because if you're going under his wing, Harrell, at Diddy's age, you know, because he came from a pretty decent background too.
Andre Harrell?
No, Diddy.
Diddy.
He didn't come from a poor background.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right.
But he was just interested in this whole music thing, and he was obsessed with it. That he would go to these big music companies and try to get on as an AR and stuff like that. Sorry, an A&R.
Take a look at this, man.
Mary J. Blige and Father MC. And all put together by first this man in the middle here, and then he's passed it on to, I guess, his son. Protege. Yes. Puppy. Yeah.
There you go. Where did you find that? There you go.
Protege. Yeah.
There you go.
Yes, sir.
See?
And you can see the relationship there. By this picture here, you can see the relationship. Puff Daddy is the son to that man.
Say that again, Jade. Sorry, man. Go ahead.
Sorry to cut you, VB. Sorry, I was just looking at this picture here. The guy, basically, Puff Daddy's become that guy, hasn't he? You know, this is Puff Daddy at a young age. So I'm not actually seeing Puff Daddy in this kind of position where he's not the one being the in the spotlight. He's now. He looks young as well, shaven head, hasn't got that image yet, but he looked like he even took the guy's image as well. Maybe the dark glasses and the hairline, but I can definitely see
he did take a lot from Andre.
a student there, you know.
No, I wouldn't go that far, but yeah, he's the method. Yes.
Sorry, I tried it. Sorry.
I think his style, he takes a lot from Andre. I mean, because look, Puffy came into contact with Andre Harrell. Then it's what's the other Heavy D? Then it's Jodeci, right? Don't they fit into that kind of like what he sells to, Puff Daddy? What's different about his image? Maybe
apparently I think I heard somewhere that this was eventually Heavy D had a problem with Puffy because of what he started doing when it comes to all this debaucherous sort of stuff, because Heavy D was a little bit different apparently.
Right.
He was more he had more of a moral compass. Probably the best way to put it. And a lot of people remember him for that.
Yeah, that's true. And apparently,
And that's why a lot of people always never had something good to say about Puffy.
Right.
But even after Heavy D's death, in his death, no one had anything that bad to say about it.
Yeah, it's interesting, man. And I'm curious. I would like to look into that. Let me just give me 2 seconds while I. Well, no, you know what? I'm gonna Google that real quick while I play this video back. Let's see the whole conversation here.
Let's play the whole thing. Mary J. Blige and Father MC. And all put together by first this man in the middle here, and then he passed it on to, I guess, his son, Protege. Yes. Puppy. Yeah. Tell me a little bit about this man and why you like working with him.
Or boyfriend.
You know, he's not intimidated by youth, you know what I'm saying? He knows the importance of leaving a legacy behind. Because we need more adults out there that's going to teach the young, such as myself. And, you know, basically leave a legacy behind, leave something behind, you know. And Andre, tell me a little bit about, if you didn't know, the Andre Harrell over here in the middle. And people have been talking about you, I've been reading about you in the New York Times, and I'm sure there's a lot of people out here that hadn't heard of you before, but they saw that article in the Times and said, okay, young man's doing something. But you know, this guy always asks me what's my age. So you want to know what everybody's doing, how old they are. Andre, what's happening? Tell me about the new ventures that are going on at MTA.
Well, what we did, we just made a vertically integrated deal, which means that we do film, television, and records. And what we are able to do now is take our record stars and cross them in television and film, like a Heavy D. He'll have a television show next year and a film the following year.
Andre Harrell, Puff Daddy. See y'all in a minute.
Peace.
And guess who didn't survive? Guess who's alive to fulfill that and who ain't? That's the irony.
Well, what's kind of funny about that one too is that didn't Mary J go through the same thing recently?
Oh yeah.
Didn't Mary J go through the same thing recently?
With what's his name? What's his name that sang on Set It Off? No, Toss It Off with Tupac, singer.
What song are you talking? You talking about a song or a film?
With Tupac, Toss It Off.
Pass it off.
What was his name? Daddy Boy. That's the one.
Daddy Boy, man.
Daddy Boy said that Mary J. Blige abused him as a kid too.
Well,
and Harrell mentioned Mary J. in that too.
I had J. Blige. You talking about this?
No, this was a while ago. Oh, have you looked at that?
This is the art. This is Danny Boy. You talking about Danny Boy, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, he said he had a run-in with Mary J. Blige, but how does that connect with? How does that connect with?
Because Danny Boy was underage, and he said that Mary J. Blige forced him to do certain things with her while he was underage.
But Mary J. Blige is from New York, though, VB.
Yeah, let's take a peek, though.
And quite a lot of them are related.
Yeah, it could be. It's true.
I think this is from a while ago. I think I watched this a while ago.
Yeah, this is a while ago. This is 2 years ago.
Yeah.
But compared to when it happened, it's brand new, you know? Because when it
No,
happened,
I mean, like Andre Harrell in that video when with Diddy when he was really young, he was talking about Diddy and Mary J. Blige because they're same stable, right?
I got you.
Under Harrell.
Right. Yeah, that is interesting. Well, of course, there it is. There's no degree of separation. If there is, there's only 1 degree. Everybody's always at maximum 1 degree of separation apart. No more. It's true, man. Let's see what he have to say.
Let's see what he says. Because it's been a while. It's been 2 years.
Yeah, exactly.
And Puff Daddy prior to the Atlanta incident.
I can't say that I've seen much of their interactions before Atlanta. I think you're speaking on when Jake was shot, shook friend was shot and died there.
Yeah,
was
shot
killed
and
there.
killed,
You know, I'm sure that became a just after that, from them saying that it was a whole puffy people and things like that. I think that's when the big animosity did start, because Jake was a very big piece to Death Row and to Suge's friendship as well.
Was you in Atlanta when that happened?
I was not.
So just tell me, what did you exactly hear about that incident?
I heard that they kind of got into it. Suge and Jake kind of got into it, and the inside was on some of Puffy people. And they went out to the limousine, went to get in the car, and the same guy kind of just basically upped on Jake. Jake was a big, tall dude.
Hang on, is this where he talks about Mary J. Blige?
Died several.
Is this what?
Is this where he talks about Mary J. Blige and what happened?
Yeah, he does.
Oh, sorry.
What's going on?
Sorry, I don't like to interrupt videos with the thing. Go on.
The 95 Social Awards, take me through the entire day leading up to that award show.
I think we had just done a video or something, and after this video, Suge started telling everybody we're gonna go to New York. Back up, we're going to New York. I was used to it because Suge would call you 10 minutes before a flight and get to the airport. We on our way out. Don't bring nothing, and I get to running. This time, everybody got to packing up and going to New York. And I knew we were going to an award show, but didn't really know what award show. I think this was the Source first annual, or maybe this was the second time doing the show. And when we got there, like, you noticed how many people that Suge had bought. Like, we went. Probably it was about 150 of us.
Yeah, where's the part about Mary J? Hold on, let me just skim through this real quick. I'm sorry, because we can't hear the whole damn thing anyway.
Denne 550 kroners rumvarmer.
Yeah, you're right. Oops. What happened here? Did I turn the volume down? Yeah, there we go. All right, let me see something here. I'm just going to skim through really quickly.
But it's interesting that I was talking about Suge and Diddy and
What'd you say? You said it was interesting. What?
It's interesting that now he's talking about Suge because he was under death row.
Right. Yeah, you're right. It is interesting. Again, they come back into. He's always present, right? Puffy's present out there in this situation. I mean, Puffy's very active person, man. Very active in people's lives, you know. But all right, but let's see here. It's crazy, man. Yeah.
And I don't recall any of the other artists not agreeing with it out loud. That just wasn't a thing again that you would do out loud. Like, you hear a lot of people have their opinions now. Now that they're grown and Suge locked up, everybody have their opinions. Whether I talk in my opinions and the things that I would say to Suge, I said to him as a kid.
Like in one of the sales, right? Tell me about that.
Yeah, so I met after the award show, we went up to the room. I forgot what hotel that it was.
I think this is coming up now, Mary J.
But Suge would always have the biggest room in the damn building, the presidential suite. And I was in the room and Suge called me. He said, "Come upstairs for a minute." And my god brother was there with me. He said, "Come up by yourself." So when he said that, it's either it's another girl upstairs for me, or somebody probably finna get their ass whooped upstairs, something. I don't know what's going on. So I'm like, oh man, here we go. I get up to the room and it's a table full of girls sitting around the table. And they all eating, everybody eating, and they ordering food, and some of the homies are in the room. And Misa's sitting there. Misa is Puffy's baby mother. Devontae's one of Devontae's baby mama, and I think Casey's baby mama was up there. No, it wasn't. It was Devontae's baby mama and Mary and a couple other chicks that was at the table. And we talking and we drinking. And, you know, I'm kind of excited. Again, I'm from the west side of Chicago, and who doesn't look up to Mary J. Blige as, like, you know, one of the queens, you know, of that time. She's a queen of R&B at that time, at least in the hood. And we up there chilling and drinking. And I think after I left for a little while, we was talking. I think I left out, and Suge called me back up to the room. He said, come back upstairs, man, or Old girl want to see you. Fuck is old girl? Think of one of the other girls that was at the table, and I get up there to the room. Suge's in his room, and Misa's sitting on the bed with a sheet wrapped around her. You know, and you can kind of see like her nice body, and she got this sheet wrapped around her. And Mary's sitting on the couch. So I know the girl that he in the bed with don't want me. So I went in, he closed the door and shit, and I sit down and I start talking to Mary. And the inside, I'm about to lose it because I'm actually sitting here talking to Mary. She's sitting on the couch and shit, and we ordered some food and some more drinks. And somebody knocked on the window, knocked on the door. She ran and kind of damn near jumped behind the couch hiding. But I'm looking like, what your problem is? And she make sure that's not K. You know, and I'm like, oh, man, I don't care. You know, I'm talking to him. I don't care who he is. You ain't got to be running and jumping and did it. But she was actually talking about KC. She was thinking that KC she had like this postpartum type, you know, the shit that people in the army probably go through when they hear bangs. Like when it came to KC at that time. Right. You know, and she's sitting on the couch and shit. I'm like, you know, you ain't got to worry about him. You know, you straight. You did it like I'm 15, 16 years old. And she laying on the couch. And I'm sitting on the other end.
15 or 16 years old.
She lay down on the couch and put her head in my lap.
Go.
I'm like, damn. He can't be talking about Mary was talking about she wanted me to come back up here, now she on my lap. And I'm sitting there and I'm wondering, I'm like, okay, what is this gonna end up to? And she stayed a couple more hours. And we decided to go in the other room because it was a suite. We went in another room and lay down. And she lay down with me and she kind of like backed up against me. And every time she back up against me, I would move away and shit, you know? And from that time, I had an opportunity to go out to New York and visit her a couple more times. But you know,
that's so interesting because that is so overlooked. Yeah, he explains everything. Who was there? So many people.
No. Just quickly. I was driving when I found out that you went live. Who was questioning the light-skinned kid that was Diddy's son? Was that Jade?
Right, I think so. Yeah, no, it's a rumor that's out there generally that's going around right now. But so it came up in conversation. But go ahead. I also thought
it's not Kim's kid.
Yeah. I thought it was Wolf. It looked like Wolf's kid, but then Jade said later Puffy. It was a picture of Puffy that it looked like him. Yeah, so that was Jade. Yeah.
No, the light skinned kid. The first one is not Puffy.
The first one's not the first.
Isn't it Albie Shores or what's the other guy's name?
Right, there's two boys, or there might be three boys, but two light skinned boys. So you could say, right?
Oh, okay. There's two
of them.
One of them is Albie Shores, or what's his name?
And the other
dude?
And the other is Puffy's. But people are speculating that the other one's not really Puffy's, that is Wolf's. And so people have been looking at pictures saying,
okay, yeah. I don't know what that shit is.
Yeah, because you know how it is sometimes. Yeah, you know, people speculate over that stuff, but it could be either. Who knows, right? You got to get a DNA test. You think Puffy ain't get one? Come on. You think he ain't get a DNA test?
Yeah.
I mean, if there's any question, you will get one, I guess. But in this case right here,
I'm saying if you go back to that short video with Harrell, Puffy, in that interview, Mary J was in their camp. Now you got Suge.
You talking about with Andre Harrell and Puffy? Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, short clip.
Yeah.
Mary J was in their camp.
Right, absolutely. That timing, because she emerged through Uptown Records, and Puffy was working on it, and so was Andre Harrell. Exactly.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right, bro. I mean, it's a small, no degrees of separation.
What were these guys doing when we were just enjoying the music?
I mean, man, I try not to. I want it to be the outcomes to be real, and so I want everybody to discuss all the different aspects of this, because I think it just shows the atmosphere of, and it's not just this kind of things that they're talking about, the salacious things or the disgusting things for that matter, or the horrific things, but also the you could call it scamming the artists, of their royalties and the publishing deals, how they come to create these publishing deals, and are they fair in the first place? Is it
I mean,
legal?
you can't tell me that every single artist they come across is dumb and just accepts these deals as they put to them, and then years later they're complaining about mistreatment and losing royalties and money and stuff like that.
Well, yeah, exactly. You're right, though.
They've got shit hanging over their head.
Go ahead. What were you saying, Rob? You went out.
No, they've got shit hanging over their heads too.
Oh yeah, they got shit. Definitely, man. Absolutely, and that's what I'm saying. It's like the question is, what's more horrific? When I look at it, it's like, sure, these kind of things are horrible. They're people can't stand for it. It has to be confronted swiftly and aggressively and in a big way, in a comprehensive way. But also, I think to think about the shady part of the mechanics system of the music industry, they need to look into that shit too, because that has long-term effects. Also, that's slavery. If you're not paying people what they're worth, it's slavery. And particularly dealing with Black music, I would say there can be a no-go that have to be resolved instantly. Like that, definitely. Because, and the reason to think about it, man, we're one of the people, when you hear about us, our oppression and those slave plantations, our ancestors, or those of us that have them, right, that did experience that, you hear about these songs of this, they would sing songs, man. That's where the gospel comes from. That's where blues comes from. And then you look at it today, it's just a bad look. It's a no-go, man. So I want it all to get looked at. But this right here, what he's saying, we just heard a man tell the story of his childhood where he describes being molested by Mary J. Blige, allegedly.
You look at the knock-on effect.
Do you think this
what
story
could have happened to Mary J. Blige? Or you was talking about Missa as well. What's going on with them for them to start emulating that behavior and knowingly doing that to a 16-year-old or 15-year-old boy?
Yeah,
so it goes both ways, man.
Yeah, exactly. That too, brother. You're right. And like they described, he's in the room with Puffy's ex-girlfriend, who's now with somebody else in the same room, under the covers.
But even when they describe what's going on with Puffy and Kim, like Puffy would make these women do shit with what they, in inverted commas, call models, male models or gigolos, whatever. How old are they? You've got Mace and Cameron behaving like that at 16. What have they seen before that to be able to behave?
Yeah, man.
And a lot of these artists are only coming out and talking about it when there's no hope for their careers whatsoever. So if you've got hope for a career, there's no way you're going to bring this shit up.
But you know what?
Cassie is never going to sing again.
But hold on. Wow. Just wait a second, though. I hear you 100% where you headed, because you're right about that. But just this with this guy here, just with this one.
Yeah, he's a career's gone.
You have you have the California Victims Act that's passed for minors. I think that means there's no statute of limitations.
Yeah.
So he's talking about this, and I believe in New York has a similar one. I mean, my thoughts on it are: is he going to press charges? Is he going to sue somebody?
Well, look, he's got that kid Jerome. Look at that kid Jerome. He's trying to get back in contact with these guys through Winans, whatever it is. What's he going to say? Everything's coming out now.
I mean, this interview for the record, this one is 2 years ago, but
and that's the era where interviews are a premium. You get paid. if you got the juicy stuff on the old
Right.
days and shit like that. You know what I mean? Like they're pulling out gangsters and all these. What's his name? The guy that killed Tupac. He came out. He literally fucking for money. He literally snitched on himself.
You talking about the guy who went to court for Suge Knight?
No, the guy that's now been indicted for Tupac's death.
Oh, it's Keefy D. Okay, you talking about that?
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
right. Not Orlando, not his cousin Orlando.
Yeah. He got all enticed by that Vlad TV era. And
Oh,
now
right.
look, he's being indicted.
This thing, I agree with you. I agree with that. This he got paid for this. Likely he got paid well, at least, you know.
Yeah.
That's what we're thinking. But here's the thing, man.
Really gonna get paid.
Shouldn't this is public? Shouldn't this result? Shouldn't he sue? Shouldn't he sue? Isn't that new? This new Victims Act for people like him?
People like TPD.
People like this guy.
Yeah, he could come out and say, listen, Mary
People
Jane
like
would be
Danny.
clutching
No,
at the
no.
pearls right now.
He has come out. He has come out. He said it 2 years ago, and there's no lawsuit.
Well, does that
Does
not
he?
depend on what state he's in?
Say that again. I didn't hear you, bro.
Does that not depend on what state he's in?
It does, and I believe he's got to be talking about California or New York. You know, come on.
Well,
Where
he's
else
from
is
Chicago.
the Grammys? He's talking about. Let me see where that Grammys was real quick. I can just look it up here. Let me see here. What year was that? The Grammys? Oh, I can find it another way with Danny Boy. Let's see here. Let's see. What does it say? Oh, this is more recent. I don't need that.
You talking about the Source Award?
I think it's 1992. I think it's 1992. The Grammy Awards. Was it the Source or the Grammys?
I thought it was the Source Award.
Okay.
When the beef really kicked off between all these guys.
Okay, I got the wrong rapper here, man. Is there another Danny Boy? But in any case, okay, you think it was the Source. Let me just Google that here. The Source Awards. All right.
Nobody was talking about that.
I thought I heard him say something else, but hold on. Yeah, it says Danny Boy on Suge Knight dissing Puffy at the Source Awards. Right. That was that night. So is this the night that he just said? Let me take Danny Boy back real quick. Let's go back just a little bit.
The girls that was at the table, and I get up and I think I left out and shook, and we up there chilling and drinking. They Blige is like, and we talking and we drink. Now Devontae's one of the Misa's sitting there. Misa is Puffy's. I don't know what's going on. So I'm like, oh man, here we go. I get up to the room and it's a table. When he said that, it's either it's another girl upstairs for me. I was in the room and she'll call me. He said, come upstairs for a minute. And so I met after the award show, we went up to the
Here we go.
Talks of getting Pac out of jail. Because we were going to visit him.
While you was in New York for the Source Awards,
New York. He said New York Source Awards. There it is.
So what's the deal with
right,
New York
right.
as far as the statute of limitations on abuse and rape?
Right. Yeah. I'm curious about that. That would go into that. Let me look that up too. And then I'm gonna play for reference that part. This is what they're talking about right here. So people can see it. I think this is kind of like an infamous day. Actually, let's see. I gotta turn. Hopefully that music doesn't get cut. Let's see.
First of all, I'd like to thank God. Second of all, I'd like to thank my whole entire Death family on both sides, you know what I'm saying? I'd like to tell Tupac to keep his guards up. We ride with him. And one other thing I'd like to say, any artists out there want to be an artist and want to stay a star, don't want to have to worry about the executive producer trying to be all in the videos, all on the record, dancing. Come to Death Row.
Yeah, it was after that. It was after that when he made this comment, you know. So yeah, that's a
That looks like him that walked on stage. So was he saying that he was 15 to 16 then?
Was he saying he was what?
15 to 16 then?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
I don't doubt it.
That's what he's saying. Yeah. And this is after the show. So now when we go back to this, you can see what show he was talking about. Let's see.
And remember, Puffy produced all of Mary J. Blige's hits back then, and album. He produced 411 and all that sort of shit.
Yeah, he Puffy, I would like to know. I mean, it would be good to see all the publishing agreements, but from what I heard, Mary J. Blige got a raw deal for a long time, a horrible deal with her publishing, man.
Yeah, because she was dealing with Harrell and Diddy.
But in this case, I'm not worried about that so much because I'm curious about him, like what he said. He said that she's basically was molesting him. That's what he said.
That's what he said. That's basically what he got. Well, that's what he said.
That's what he said, right? And that other people are aware of it. Other people were present or knew of it.
No, he's saying that Suge is the one that sent him up there.
Yeah, that's what he's saying. And he's saying
See
Mary
what I
was
mean?
right. And then he said he went to visit Mary later in New York. So this is like wait a second. No. So it sounds like this is a LA and New York thing.
Well, yeah, Death Row was in LA.
You can't go to New York if you're in New York.
No, he wasn't from Daddy Boy wasn't from New York.
Oh, right. So maybe that's true. All of it's New York.
He was up there for the war.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it sounds like it's all in New York. It's trafficking though, because he had to go across.
All in New. Most of the shit happens in New York.
Yeah. So this is trafficking, dude. And if she paid for that ticket too, that's even worse.
Well, that's what he was saying. That's what he was saying. Like she'd fly him out there.
Let's listen to this one more time, bro. Let's listen.
Again, like I said, I knew Suge was in talks of getting Pac out of jail. Because we were going to. But Suge would always have the biggest room in the damn building, the presidential suite. And I was in the room and Suge called me. He said, come upstairs for a minute. And my god brother was there with me. He said, come up by yourself. So when he said that, it's either it's another girl upstairs for me, or somebody probably finna get their ass whooped upstairs, something. I don't know what's going on. So I'm like, oh man, here we go. I get up to the room and it's a table full of girls sitting around the table. And they all eating, everybody eating, and they ordering food, and some of the homies are in the room. And Misa's sitting there. Misa is Puffy's baby mother. Devontae's one of Devontae's baby mama, and I think Casey's baby mama was up there. No, it wasn't. It was Devontae's baby mama and Mary and a couple other chicks that was at the table. And we talking and we drinking. And I'm kind of excited again. I'm from the west side of Chicago, and who doesn't look up to Mary J. Blige as like, one of the queens, of that time. She's the queen of R&B at that time, at least in the hood. And we up there chilling and drinking. And I think after I left for a little while, we was talking. I think I left out, and Suge called me back up to the room. He said, come back upstairs, man, or girl want to see you. fuck is old girl? Thinking one of the other girls that was at the table. And I get up there to the room. Suge's in his room, and Misa's sitting on the bed with a sheet wrapped around her. You know, and you can kind of see like her nice body, and she got this sheet wrapped around her. And Mary's sitting on the couch. So I know the girl that he in the bed with don't want me. So I went in, he closed the door and shit, and I sit down and I start talking to Mary. And the inside, I'm about to lose it because I'm actually sick. Talking to Mary, she's sitting on the couch and shit, and we ordered some food and some more drinks. And somebody knocked on the window, knocked on the door. She ran and kind of damn near jumped behind the couch hiding. But I'm looking like, what your problem is? And she make sure that's not Kay. Kay. You know, and I'm like, oh man, I don't care. You know, I'm talking to him. I don't care who he is. You better not, you ain't gotta be running and jumping and did it. But she was actually talking about KC. She was thinking that KC she had like this postpartum type, you know, the shit that people in the army probably go through when they hear bangs. Like
you gotta remember that Mary J was going on with KC.
Right. You know, and she's sitting on the couch and shit. I'm like, you know,
say that again.
No, Mary J was hooked up with KC in the early days.
Right. That's what he's alleging here, basically.
I think that was actually the case, if I'm not mistaken.
Right. Okay. All right.
You ain't got to worry about him. You know, you straight. You did it like I'm 15, 16 years old. And she laying on the couch. And I'm sitting on the other end, and she lay down on the couch and put her head in my lap.
One more thing.
Yeah.
Remember that KC did that song, Toss It Up with Tupac and Danny Boy.
Ooh, Toss It Up. Wow. I remember vaguely, man. We're gonna have to check it. Should I check it right? Yeah, let's check that out right here. What is it? Let's see here. Danny Boy, toss it up, right? Now I'm gonna turn the music down for this. Is it this one? Let me see.
Yeah, turn the music down.
Yeah. Is it this one?
That's the one.
That's okay. So what are they talking about? What are the lyrics about? I haven't heard. I've heard it. I'm sorry. I've heard it.
Yeah, I don't think the lyrics had anything to do with it.
Huh?
I don't think the lyrics had anything to do with it. But the fact of the matter is that Danny Boy sang the hook with Casey.
He sang the hook with Casey? Hold on. Yeah. Let's get to that. Right here.
So that's Danny Boy.
Is that? Yeah, that's Danny Boy, man. He looked different, man. That's funny. That is him. Okay, I can see now.
It's Casey.
That's Casey too. Yep. That is interesting. Well, you know, they all have some scandalous.
Well, it could be JoJo. I think that's
stories. Casey. The only one that don't really have scandalous, Tupac has scandalous too with the charges, the New York charges with him. They got him locked up in the first place. Those were scandalous, but
I'm saying if Casey was knocking on the door and she was with Danny Boy, you can't imagine why she was fucking, jumping behind the couch and shit.
Right. Yeah, that's true. You can imagine that.
If you look at it, just how nasty this industry is. You got Suge calling him up to hook up with Mary J, and Diddy's produced most of the music.
Right.
So it's like it's a get back,
It makes you, it's like leveraging people as if they are
And that's
property.
all it's about, really.
Right.
Just hooking up, catching that person. So you've got something over their head, hanging over their heads.
Yeah, this is it's insidious, man. But let me ask you this. Where do you think this plays into like the argument of like that there are some women that are illicit in it also, that are complicit, in it also? Like, not that I think that should be like, that should be a focal point, like, or a response to when it happens to men.
No,
I'm not
not at
saying
all.
men
We
should go
don't want to
around.
make that a focal point.
Yeah,
But
I'm
the
not
fact of the
saying that,
matter is,
but I just,
it goes both ways, man. It goes
because
both
the
ways.
reason why I asked, because this one stands out. He just spoke about it, Reese, 2 years ago. It happened to him when he was a kid, 15, 16. It involves transporting across state lines, air flights, transport, this kind of thing. And with an adult, a minor with an adult, a woman adult, and a boy who was a minor. So I'm just curious about this one. Where is this going, or is it going to get tossed under the rug? And if it gets tossed under the rug, whose fault is that? Because look, he's come out publicly. Shouldn't he have charges up for right about now?
Well, he's got a leg to stand on. He's got a crutch.
The Survivors Act is there, so it's a window, right?
Unfortunately, the dynamic is when it comes to males, you cannot, or there's a stigma attached to that sort of stuff. Coming from the male point of view.
But he's already come out publicly and spoke about it.
He has, but where's he going to take it?
Yeah, I'm curious about that, because this is some serious. If this is true, then this is all tied up in the same shit, bad boy craziness, and music
And
industry
if he speaks, he brings Suge back into it. So he's in trouble too. You see?
Yeah.
And you don't know what sort of threat went out to, at the time he could have said, go ahead, tell the story. That's all.
Yeah, he's involving a kid in that shit, man. He involved the kid. He called the kid and told him to come to the room.
Yeah. So
there it is. He's responsible for that, and but it's sad, man. I'd like to know what women think when they see this too, though. How they feel. Not that they would feel any particular way, but I'm just curious because
you look at the dynamics today. They're a lot more open about it in their lyrics. Back then, we had parental advisory sort of stipulations and stuff like that. But they're a lot more open about it. You look at the female rappers and what they talk about. They talk about it all the time. A young buck and this, that, and the other. The dudes talk about it too.
Right.
In their lyrics. So I don't know where this is going, man. But as far as what's happened in the past, and people that have money now, like moguls and aging celebrities and stuff like that, some people got the courage to say, listen, I don't care about my reputation. I want my money because this is what you did to me.
Right. And if
while
this
we're on
did happen to Danny Boy, if what he is saying is true, I hope he does get his money, because I believe he needs help. And help costs money, man. Unfortunately, being disabled or handicapped because of an experience, it costs money. So yeah, man. But
someone like Danny Boy can also claim a whole gamut of stuff, emotional distress, all that sort of stuff.
Absolutely. He looks emotionally distressed. When I see him say this stuff, he doesn't look that happy about it.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Right. He looks like he is distressed from it when he's talking about it. I don't see no cap in what he said.
No, he was literally saying, man, she was the queen, man. She at the time, he couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
It's a little bit different to what Mace and Cameron were saying, but like they said, they were laughing about it because they were in a whorehouse. They didn't care for the black woman as much as this dude did when it came to somebody like Mary J. Blige.
Yeah, it's the it's the
revere.
kind of it's the experience of 15, 16-year-old gets when they run in the streets. When you run in the streets, you run into stuff, man. That's this kind of crazy world, this nighttime lifestyle, Yeah, man. But let me hear the rest of what he got to say real quick. Just on that topic of Mary.
Mama was up there. No, it wasn't. It was Devontae's baby mama and Mary and a couple other chicks that was at the table. And we talking and we drinking. And I'm kind of excited again. I'm from the west side of Chicago, and who doesn't look up to Mary J. Blige as like, one of the queens, of that time. She's a queen of R&B at that time, at least in the hood. And we up there chilling and drinking. And I think after I left for a little while, we was talking. I think I left out, and Suge called me back up to the room. He said, "Come back upstairs, man. Old girl want to see you." Fuck is old girl? I think I'm one of the other girls that was at the table, and I get up there to the room. Suge's in his room, and Misa's sitting on the bed with a sheet wrapped around her. And you can kind of see like her nice body, and she got this sheet wrapped around her. And
Sorry, Libby.
Mary's sitting on the couch.
Yeah,
like I said, I hate to interrupt these things.
Go ahead.
You notice how you mentioned Misa?
Yeah.
Didn't Misa have a child with Nas as well?
With who?
Nas.
With Nas, I'm not sure. Let me see here. Let's check that out. How do we spell her name?
Misa. Is it Mr. Barton? She was a makeup artist to all these celebrities, all of them.
Let me see here.
90s and early 2000s.
Yeah. Do they have a photograph here? I think. Let me take a look at these articles real quick. Yeah, what was her name? Misa Hilton, right?
Hilton, not Barton. Hilton, yeah.
Yeah, it's Hilton. Let me see. What is this? Hilton? Yeah. Misa Hilton. What does this say? Well, she got a child with Diddy. That's all I could find.
Not with Nas?
I don't see anything coming up with Nas. With Nas on it, nope.
You might have to type him in.
I did.
Mr. Hilton, Nas. No.
Yeah, I typed him in, man.
Yeah,
I typed him in.
Okay.
Well, I put in Misa Hilton had a child with Nas.
No, did they have a relationship?
Had a relationship. Okay. There we go. Let's see. Right, with Nas. Lil Kim. Okay, let's see here. Hilton conversation. Nothing's coming up, bro. Maybe they had it scrubbed from the internet.
No, I don't think so. I may be wrong. If you put in Misa Hilton, Nas, Jay-Z, something might come up.
Okay, Misa Hilton, Nas, and Jay-Z, right? Let's see here. Let's see what comes up. Boom. Well, stuff comes up, but what type of stuff in particularly?
Because I think Nas was going out with Misa first, and then Jay-Z might have taken her from Nas, and that's when the beef started. The Issa and all that.
Are you serious?
I might have got Misa wrong. Might be somebody else.
Okay. I don't see nothing in here about. What's a beef driving the feud between Jay-Z and knives. Oh, what is that? Gotta be careful about that. What kind of website is that? Never mind. Well, gotta be careful about some of these links, man. How Misa helped make hip hop fashion. You know what? Let's just find a Misa Hilton YouTube. Let's see here if we can get that. Just as a reference. Okay. Well, I don't know, man. Let's peep this. This could all be cap, right? But
let's leave that one alone.
Can y'all see this?
What's that?
Yeah, you can see it. Okay, you can see it. Okay, here. Let's see here.
You guys listen. We're bringing you new
Oh,
tea
no.
on what is
Nah, it ain't all cap because it's Tisa Tells, so she be doing her shit on here. So let's peep it.
going on with Diddy and how his family is divided. If you guys don't know, Sarah Chapman and most of Diddy's offspring and paramours unfollowed Cassie as soon as news of the case hit. Okay. In my head, I'm like, why y'all supporting them? But I guess it's to be expected, except for one oddity. Misa Hilton Brim, right? Misa Hilton, the mother of his first child, Justin, she did not unfollow Cassie. She has been hinting for at least 6 months that something's coming down the road for Diddy. We're going to get into that because apparently Misa had a heads up what was coming, because apparently Diddy's lawyers reached out to a lot of people, including Roger Bonds, including Misa, including everyone, to see who would be willing to testify. So Misa knew, but this is the oddest thing. Justin, Puffy's son with Misa, also still follows Cassie. And when I said that, I was like, yo, is this because of the DUI thing and the mom? And, Misa and all of them are all Misa and Puffy, they have a complicated relationship. Are you just taking your mom's side, or is it something more? You guys, I did a little digging and I found something more. Y'all, Puffy is all, in my opinion, okay, he hasn't been proven guilty of anything. Let me just say, he hasn't had his day in court. This is just what the streets are saying, okay? But let me tell you what the streets are. Puffy for himself says this is ludicrous. Everybody wants a cash grab, and he's the best father in the world. But let me tell you what the streets are saying. The streets are saying that Justin is taking Misa's side because Misa used to be Cassie and Justin witnessed a lot of it. Y'all, I went digging deep into court records. There's also this weird rumor that's been circulating that Justin isn't Diddy's son. Now, I know the bodyguard Gene Dill said he always doubted it, this, that, and the third. However, a lot of people said that Puffy was the one putting that rumor out there to punish Justin for not taking his side, or at the very least, for not falling in line. Now, here's the interesting thing.
You hear that?
No, that's his kid. That's Diddy's kid. The funny thing is, Misa was in the bed when Mary J. Blige brought Danny Boy up, or was sent,
right,
when Suge sent Danny Boy up.
True.
There you go.
So
see?
This is
what I'm saying.
Yeah. It's true, man. There's no degree of separation. That's the thing about it. They all together, man. Yeah, let's peep some more. Let's see what she say.
Right? It wouldn't be the first time. Puffy is flexing his power right now, and he just pulled down Roger Bond's Instagram account. If you guys don't know who that is the head of security, his former head of security that was named in Cassie's complaint that witnessed a bunch of it. Roger threatened to go on Instagram Live and give more names. His IG just got shut down. Let's also not forget that there are videos circling around of Puffy acting a plum fool with Lori Ann Gibson, throwing chairs at her. Michael Bivins is involved. There's all this stuff going on. Puffy, mysteriously, those videos cannot be shown. They get copyrighted on YouTube. I believe it still might be up on TikTok, but they are getting pulled down left and right. So what do you have, right? You have a situation where Diddy is not going out down without a fight. He is flexing his power. He is mobilizing things. Somebody that was that ruthless, if you believe Cassie, that low down, if you believe Cassie, that filthy, if you believe Cassie, is not letting that money flow through his hands. He's about to show everybody who he is to the core. And now that he don't even have to play like Mr. Good Guy, it's like mask off, right? However, Justin is not towing the line because people are saying he remembers. Now, getting back to that paternity thing, I think it's 100% believable from what the streets are saying about Diddy, that he would circulate these vicious rumors to punish Justin. However, I did some digging. Those rumors can't be true, but they open up even a bigger can of worms that make him look even more vile and disgusting. You know why those rumors can't be true? Because Misa Hilton Brim had to sue Puffy in child support, in court for child support, to get him to take care of the son. I know. So you know what it is with child support, paternity had to be established, I'm assuming.
Do you have a sales team in Europe struggling to find accurate data for decision makers in your target accounts?
Demanded paternity be established. He actually demanded paternity be established for all his children. And when I went into this, and I'm going to give you guys this tea, it paints the picture of basically, it seems like for over the last, 16 years, Puffy has systematically rebranded who he was, who he is, and the way he really views his children, family, and the women that give him. It makes you wonder at this point. Kim Porter, may she rest in peace. I'm sure she had her reasons. But what am I saying? I can't wonder why anybody covered him for him, because everybody did. But y'all sit down, because Misa Hilton Brim even spoke on Kim Porter. She said Kim wasn't accepting Chance for a while. She is giving up tea. And also the way Puffy, even though she was his first baby's mom, and basically when they were early in the game, she was the one supporting Puffy, helping finance his parties, helping do this, helping do that. When it came time for her to get child support, and Justin at this point was 6 years old, right? Puffy didn't want to pay nothing, told her, you on your own. She had to sue them. He gave her the least amount of child support, a paltry $5,000. I'm going to get into the actual reports. And then on top of that, in part of the settlement, he was supposed to purchase a home for Justin and her to live in. Oh, he purchased the home, but then the home actually got foreclosed on because Puffy, as soon as he did it, stopped making payments. Why? Because Puffy couldn't have access to her. Misa would not allow Puffy in her bed, and she said Puffy was hot about it. Y'all, let's get into this, okay? Let's look at this. Diddy's daddy duty. The ex is in court for more kid support.
Hey, isn't
this
that
was published in 2004
bodyguard?
from the New York Post. So, baby, you
Exactly.
Whoa.
Exactly. It's going to get interesting. Exactly. That's what we was just talking about. Let's see if she talks about it. It's crazy, man.
know it's real. They said Misa, the ex-girlfriend of rap mogul Sean P. Diddy Combs, went to New Rochelle Family Court yesterday to demand a $30,000 hike in child support payments for their 9-year-old son. This is one of the reasons why Justin and Diddy have a complicated relationship, and Diddy smiling on the carpet with his kids is beginning to look like the same way he smiled on the carpet with Cassie. They know that what that mofo's doing, but again, public image. Justin was 9 years old. Justin remembers his mom tears. He remembers his mom's crying. He remembers the way his mom cried and the fights that started. Let's not forget that Gene Dill said that he laid his hands on Misa so bad she tried to crawl under a car to escape, and she couldn't. Misa got the worst of it. She was the original Cassie. Let's not forget that when Misa was actually cool with Kim Porter and Chance. I'm sorry, not Chance. Ooh, Kim Porter and Sarah. Let's not forget. And Misa, Justin saw the tears and wiped them from his mommy's face when she found out that he was messing with both of her friends and got them pregnant too. Okay, let's get into this tea. They said the fashion stylist, Misa Hilton Brim, said she's only been getting a mere $5,512 a month to look after their son, right? Justin, while Misa's ex-good friend Kim Porter is raking in a sweet $35,000 a month deal in child support for their son Christian. Now this was $35,000 a month, okay? In 2024, this was printed January 1st, 2024. Let me just say this, right? Diddy has
Sorry.
Justin,
I want to see one more
while
picture.
Misa's ex-good.
Are these all his kids? These are all his kids, right?
Yeah, those are all his kids.
What's this kid's name?
Which one? The other light skinned one?
Yeah, the browner one to the left of the picture on the top.
Friend Kim Porter is.
Yeah, I'm curious about you never hear a lot about this one, but any case.
Breaking in a sweet $35,000 a month deal in child support for their son Christian. Now this was $35,000 a month, okay? In 2024, this was printed January 1st, 2024. Let me just say this, right? Diddy has to be emotionally abusive because how is it that Kim is getting $35K a month? This is when they just had one child together. $35K a month. That was enough back in 2004 to buy her own little island and get away from him. But that's how you know how much he mentally beats people down.
Oh yeah, so the older son.
Misa told the New York Post outside of family court.
Go ahead.
So the older son is with LB Shaw.
Ooh, older.
Kim Porter's older son.
That's Porter, exactly. Yes, her oldest son. Porter's oldest son. Yes.
And then you got Justin with Miss Hilton.
Right.
And then you got the darker one. I forgot his name. So the old one's Quincy, then it's Justin, and then I forgot the darker one's name.
Yeah, I think their relationships overlap.
Yeah. So that's his first real child with Kim Porter.
Yeah.
And then they're the twins after that.
Yep. You're on point with that. Exactly. That's what we're talking about.
He met them and had a press conference. She had accidentally found out about the dizzying caste disparity from a friend who knows both her and Kim. So Kim and Puffy were keeping this a secret behind Misa's back. She says, it hurts deeply. This is the hardest thing I've ever had to do. I'm very sad. I wouldn't have ever imagined it would come to this. The perception that Diddy projects outside the courtroom is quite different from the truth. He wants the public to have a perception of him. Sounds familiar, but the reality is that I'm here asking for money. She was quick to point out.
Mary J.
Did you see that? Too. He just didn't.
Yeah, that is Mary J. Let's see.
There you go.
Yep. So Mary J. and Misa were in the hotel room with Danny Boy.
Yep.
Right.
And Danny Boy was sent up by Suge.
Right. Yep. That's where we
see where the beef actually came from? That's where it actually came from.
Yeah, it's likely.
So Pac and Biggie got killed for this.
Yeah, it sounds like it, bro. Sounds like the beginnings. The origin. But I'm still, I think, I want to look at it from this perspective. If it's true what he said happened, then what does it mean, about Mary J. Blige, for example?
Well, look, VB, it's the dynamics again. Like, these kids that they brought up as young artists were just cannon fodder, man.
Mm-hmm.
Whether it's the evilness of the industry, whether they're being used to deal out of a good record contract or being used as part of the personal beef with somebody else. That's the crux.
Right.
I mean, it's a long-standing thing. I mean, who knows whether Tina, Anita Baker, were pulling in young bucks and shit like that. I mean, There's that
How
whole
old
thing
is
with
Mary J.
Elvis.
Blige here?
There's that whole thing with Elvis now that's coming out, and he was
Yeah,
dealing with
Elvis.
13, 14-year-olds on a regular basis, and they coming out now.
True. I mean, but this ain't
I'm just
Elvis
saying,
days. Elvis was dead here, man.
yeah. I'm just
Elvis
saying,
was,
listen.
Elvis wasn't
It's both
alive.
men and women, and it's been going on for a long time.
Yeah, that's true. I got you. Yeah. But how old do you think Mary J is in this picture right here?
Probably the same age as Misa Biden, Mr. Hilton.
Is she 30 here? Is she 25?
19, 20, 21.
She
I'd
ain't
say
19.
2021.
She ain't 19 yet, man.
No, she's probably older.
Hold
Definitely
on,
probably older.
let me
I'm trying to be
Google that.
conservative.
Right, let me see. Mary J. Blige. Let me just get that on record real quick.
How old is she now? That's how we can find it out.
She was born in 1971. So that means she's 52 years old.
Right. How old is Danny Boy?
She started at Uptown in 1988. Okay. So and how
Now
old
we're
is
in our
Danny
40s,
Boy?
right? Can I say that?
Huh?
We're in our 40s, right?
I'm in my 50s, man. I'm 53.
I'm in my 40s.
Okay.
So there you go. She's way older.
Let's see. How old is Danny Boy, the artist? Is it? Oh, hold on. This is some old Yankee Doodle Danny boy song. What the fuck? Danny Boy R&B. What is it? What's the name of the label? Death Row, right? Death Row. Let me see. Danny Boy singer. All right, yeah, Suge Knight. He is born in 1977. So he is 6 years younger than her. And he
Makes sense.
started with
She's
Death
about-
Row
she's probably about
in
20,
1995. No, that's when he started his 1994. So that picture, this picture, okay, this is before that.
So she's about 6 years old.
This is some years before that, right? Because Misha, she already had a child with Puffy, right?
Yep.
At that time. Okay, exactly. So this is some years forward. So this picture is before that. So yeah, I guess Mary J. Blige, she could be in her mid 20s, mid 20s. Yeah.
That's where I put it. I was being conservative by saying 21.
Yeah, 25 maybe, something like that. But she definitely looking fly. That's for sure. But
Yeah, she still does.
but the behavior is well, I would just say it's unfortunate, and I'm just curious what people are going to think of it, in light of this moment now with the Children's Act, and if they think that Child Victims Act, and if they think that people like Danny Boy should come forward if that's the case. But
Funny.
let's see.
She was quick to point out Kim had to go to courts too. He just didn't offer it. However, it is messed up that Kim kept that away. Because here's the thing, I always thought that all of Puffy's babies, moms, and everything got along fantastically. Apparently, everybody was just going along with the image because Kim, Sarah, and Misa had words. All right. She says that she is part of the fact that she said Kim's child support settlement was sealed in Manhattan criminal court, but those familiar with the case said Diddy must take care of his son until he is 21 and provide for his education, medical care, and all his needs. Misa didn't get any of that. She said, so far,
That's just what you were saying, Wab Funk.
Diddy have tried to keep their public differences from their son. I hope he's pretty shielded
Sorry,
from this.
we
He's
missed
a
that.
strong kid.
What was that?
He knows that we both love.
They were just talking about what you were mentioning about her separation and the custody or the support case between the moms and Diddy. Misa.
Of him.
Right.
She is puzzled that the blockbuster music producer, restaurateur, clothing designer, and magazine publisher was reluctant to give her son the same amount of child support as his other children. She said, that's the biggest mystery. He called, right? This is Misa's attorney is saying, Diddy called Misa. They had private conversations, said the attorney Brett Kimmel. He said, we have to talk about this. I don't want to go to court. But he also didn't want to pay that much. Justin saw all this. Oh, but it gets worse. She said the 1996 decision to pay $5,000 a month, oh, that was low, in child support to his client was made before Puffy was Puffy, when he was Sean Combs, and no one would have imagined how big he would get except maybe Diddy. She's not getting 70% of Diddy's income, which is the law. There's been a dramatic increase in the child's needs. He went on to say that Diddy was causing a rift between Misa and Justin because he treats Justin to a lavish weekends when the child goes to visit him. He said it's nothing for Justin to spend $40,000 in a day. So when Justin comes back on Monday morning, he's back with his mom and there's no continuity. The boy is going from one lifestyle to another. Now, Diddy wasn't in court, but his attorney, Paul Colasco, declined to comment. Now, get this. In 2003 court hearing, Diddy tried to prevent Misa's lawyer, famed divorce attorney Raul Felder, from having access to his financial information. So this Puffy that sacrifices everything to his children, super generous, he's not. He's not. It's just like Roger and Capricorn. And even Cassie said, he gives you enough so that you look good on his arm. But if he cannot use you and if he does not have access to you, he does not care. Let's talk about that access, because this is the real thing that just tripped me out. Let's talk about that access, because you know that he screwed her over so bad that Misa literally got evicted. She got evicted from her home. The bank foreclosed on the home. And it wasn't because Puffy didn't have the money. And it wasn't because Puffy wouldn't pay the money, because he was paying that money to Kim. But here's the thing. Kim was giving him access. Puffy was allowed to lay in the bed, kick his hands up, do all this. Kim gave him access to her. And again, I'm not judging Kim. Clearly, she had to for whatever reason. But Misa refused to give him access. And Puffy punished her and Justin, even goes so far as to foreclose on her house. Listen to this. This was planted by TMZ. I do think Puffy's people, because the wording of it is so cruel and crazy. TMZ said, this was in an article published February 16th, 2014. The gravy train appears to come to a screeching halt for the mother of Diddy.
And Tisa tells, my God, she do some great reporting, man.
Firstborn
This
son.
is ridiculous.
The bank is foreclosing on her home. According to new legal docs,
The
Diddy
details.
purchased a swank 3-bedroom, 3,215 square foot house in Westchester, New York, back in 2003 for Misa Hilton Brim. This was part of their custody agreement. The mother of his first child, Justin. But for some reason, the bank stopped getting payments in 2010. When Misa cut off all access, Puffy stopped paying. According to legal docs, Puffy took out a $712,000 mortgage. As of 2010, he owed $622,518, a sum that's been accruing interest ever since. He did not pay anything.
So you're back traveling for work? Great. Meet Travel Perk.
Yeah, like you were saying before.
After 2010.
It's
Yeah.
The bank now wants
like you were
all their
saying
money,
before,
or
it's,
else it
money and women, right?
Right.
Yeah. I mean, look at what happened with Faith Evans.
Faith Evans.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at what happened.
Biggie and Tupac.
What is up with that too, man? Is that just something that happens in the entertainment world? They see you
Money
with
and women.
somebody, and then
Those are
when
the
they're
pawns.
available, they go after that woman too. And
Yeah, that's a thing.
that closed circle, right? No fresh fish. There's no fresh fish in the pond. What the fuck? You know? they're
amazing,
picking people that are like in the closest proximity of them, just overpicking maybe. Go ahead.
Yeah, man, that's the issue.
It's an issue, man. I'm
Look,
glad
look at Chris Rock and Will Smith, two of the biggest comedians, black comedians in the world. Slash actors.
Right.
Rapper slash actor, right back at you.
Right.
Yeah. Who's in the middle?
Man, this is just at every turn it gets more weird, man, with these people. But let's hear the rest of it, man. Let's see.
It was going up for auction. Y'all, this is crazy. It's unbelievable. But there's more. Let's hear it out of Misa's own mouth why she thinks that Puffy is bitter Betty, right? And I 100% believe it. I 100% believe it. And also that whole thing of Kim and Misa and whatnot, Kim really felt some type of way toward Misa. Now, I'm not saying they didn't grow to be friends, but back then when Cassie was around, wasn't nobody getting along, or at least Kim wasn't, because Kim was still trying to get back with Puffy, okay? That's when Kim and Cassie were in a tug of war. Let me know if y'all want a video about that, because there is some tea. He gave Cassie an engagement ring. Kim was like, it's fake news. Puffy had to be like, that's not an engagement ring. She's just my friend. Then Puffy got mad at Cassie and disinvited her for some premiere. And then Cassie posted up on her so anyway, Diddy and Kim were all like hugged up. And then Cassie and her friend posted on Instagram the same day. Whatever, fake lies, reality, whatever, basically saying that ain't good. Again, there's a lot of drama behind there. Okay, so get this. This is from an interview with Angie Martinez. I swear, I'm sorry, not Angie Martinez. This is Cherry Martinez. They said Sean's first baby mama, Misa Hilton Brim, spoke to Power 105 radio jock Cherry Martinez about her relationship with Diddy's other baby mamas, Kim and Sarah Chapman. She said that that Sarah's the sweet one and Kim's the one that got an MFing problem with her. Listen to this. This is what she said on the radio, Misa Hilton. Sarah's really sweet, but Sarah and Kim do not get along. I get along with everyone, with both of them. Kim and I go back for years now. We were friends at one point. I was like, girl, you wanted him. You got him now, baby. That is talking about the way Kim scooped up Puffy, but at the end of the day, she just didn't know that she was inviting the devil into her home, her head, and her bed, and her womb. So anyway, Misa was like, baby, you wanted him. You got him now, baby. So now she's got to go through all the BS I had to go through back in the day. Sarah's been around as long as Kim. A lot of people don't know that. Puffy was cheating on me with both of them. This was over 15, 16 years ago. So we've all been around a long time. I joke around sometimes and I say, they're like my sister wives. I try to keep everything good. And we want Kim to accept Chance, but she's not ready yet. But I accepted Christian. Get this. She went on to say on why she took Puff to court to increase her child support. She said the money is relative to him. People say, oh, it doesn't take that much. You don't know how much tuition is. You don't know what the lifestyle is every day. Our children, thank God, are able to have different extracurricular activities. They have tutors. They have programs that they're in. They have to have security, which is very expensive on a weekly basis. There's a lot of things that people don't take into consideration that this money goes to. We don't sit back and get a check and throw it up in the air and say, yeah, I'm going to do with this today. Let's also not forget that Misa Hilton Brim, when Puffy first started, like I said, she was the one that had all the money. Now get this. This is the real tea. She goes on to say that she thinks Puffy is still bitter and wants her. Y'all, still bitter and wants her. She said, yeah, he is still bitter. It's like, can I live? I have love for him and he's my family and I'm going to always support him and have his back. But when can...
Efterlyser personer til betalte spørgeunder...
Sure.
But when you have
just
everything
quickly,
sometimes,
VB,
and you don't have that
I was
one.
mixing up Miss Hilton with Carmen Bryant. So Carmen Bryant is the one that came between Jay-Z and now.
With who?
Carmen Bryant.
Carmen Bryant.
Yeah.
Carmen Bryant. Who the hell is he on YouTube?
No T on the end, just Brian.
Okay. Carmen Bryant. No T.
No T.
Like this? Brian with a Y or a I?
Oh, if you're typing Carmen Bryant and then Jay-Z now.
Oh, it's Jay-Z. Carmen Bryant. Okay. Which one is it? Is it the relationship one or?
I just remember the story.
It's one about relationship, another one about getting pregnant.
She's been on Vlad too.
She's been on Vlad too, man.
Nah, Jesus.
Vlad could flag, but who give a damn? There's a lot of, let's see here. Carmen Bryant, Nas, Ether, Jay-Z, Supper, Ugly, Allen Iverson. Nas stopped paying child support. I mean, this is like baby mama stuff, right? But there's more to it. That's what I mean. Which one should I play?
Don't play any of them. I'm just saying she's the one that I was mixing Misa with. But she started that beef between those two. But the thing is, I don't know whether you want to hear this or not, but
go ahead.
Foxy Brown had a thing where she was like, the same thing that Diddy kind of did to Cass, Jay-Z did to her.
What?
Yeah, apparently she was underage when Jay-Z was hitting her.
How come
here's where it gets weird. This is where
there
it
should
gets
be more links
weird.
about this, right?
Well, you can Google it, have a look. But this is where it gets really weird.
Okay, go ahead.
Polite was probably doing the same thing for Foxy Brown at the same time as Jay-Z. No word of a lie. I promise you that.
I mean, yeah, it could be. But I'm not clear. What did Jay-Z do exactly?
Look into it. I'm not joking. Like, it's... I think he kind of mentioned it himself, but it was way back when.
Okay. But they say that Jay-Z was dating some young women. That's for sure. That's
what he's got a pass. He's never got a pass. He's just, like I said, he's in that bracket. It hasn't come to him yet, but it's going to get there.
Right. And I think, let me see here.
She could come out and say herself.
She could come out and say it.
Yeah. Because she was kind of saying it like 10 years ago.
Is it alleged? No, not alleged. Let me just type alleged. Allegedly. Now something comes up with him. Look at this. Yeah, they're talking about him grooming. I mean,
now I don't know about anyone else when it comes to Jay-Z, but Foxy Brown literally came out and said.
She came out and said it, Foxy Brown?
But it was so long ago that it wasn't, I'm not sure it was documented or recorded. But there's backing for it. There's a thing about it. And if you look at it, because Polite's such a clout chaser way back when, he kind of mentioned it too.
He mentioned
when she was about 16, yeah, in New York.
I mean, yeah, I mean, it is interesting. I'm still curious how, I try to, well, if I could see the evidence, that would be best. But let's check this out and see what they say here.
Why are the streets saying Jay-Z was in the same club as Diddy because he allegedly liked young girls?
I know your deepest secrets. I know so much about you and what you've done. I know so much on how you got where you are.
Joe, y'all might want to sit down for this one because Jay-Z allegedly exploited and young girls in the industry. Now, if you've been keeping up with Jay-Z, then you know he's far from the loving family man that he tries to make everybody believe that he is. See, just like Diddy, people have been side-eyeing Jay for a very long time now, especially after he was caught in a romantic relationship with Foxy Brown when she was just 15 and he was 27.
Foxy Brown.
So they say you did the same thing with Rita Ora
And as if this
Rihanna.
With who?
So Rihanna's a question mark with Jay-Z, and
right.
possibly Rita Ora as well.
Rita Ora.
Yeah.
Damn. All right, let's check
Let's
out who that is. Yeah, let's watch this first and then check out who that is. Let's see here.
wasn't shady enough, he's also very close friends to Diddy, Russell Simmons, and R. Kelly, who have all been exposed for having obsessions with girls who are young enough to be their kids. However, with the new evidence that's just been exposed, it's not gonna be long before Jay starts to answer for his shady dealings with Diddy. Cassie's lawsuit may have been exactly what we needed to wash the industry clean and expose all of the disturbing things that have been happening, because it's causing some serious problems for.
Huh?
So this is new.
This is recent. Yeah, this was
okay.
produced,
Let's see what they got to say
10 hours ago.
Yeah.
This is this is what is it? Urbanor, right? The Urbanor did this.
Yeah.
Actually, this is let me click like on the video here. All right, let's roll.
Everybody who helped Diddy get away with all the things he was doing. Now, in case y'all didn't know, Jay and Diddy have actually been close friends for years now. In fact, Diddy revealed in an interview just a couple months ago that there are only two people who are allowed to call him by his government name, and that's Jay-Z and his mom. There's also a photo of Jay on Diddy's website, and they've been spotted together a lot at industry events over the years. However, since Cassie accused Diddy of all those disturbing things, people have been pointing fingers at Jay-Z as well because of how similar this is to what he's done to all of the women he's been involved with. See, Jay-Z actually came under a lot of heat after he was exposed for forcing Foxy Brown, who was just 15 years old at the time, into a relationship with him in exchange for a Hollywood career.
Allegedly a romantical thing. It's all right, I'll say alleged, but we know. Yeah, she hit it before Beyonce.
Sources also claimed that Jay paid Foxy a bunch of money to keep this little secret, and this was later confirmed by Jay-Z's longtime friend and ex-business partner, Dame Dash, who got very defensive when he was asked about Jay and Foxy's affair.
What age was Foxy Brown signed?
I wasn't paying attention to Foxy Brown.
Yeah, but that's.
I didn't sign Foxy Brown.
I know
Stop
you.
putting
I'm
me
just
in that.
asking a
You keep asking
question.
because I'm on the block. I'm responsible for everybody. I don't know
You the
nothing about
boss.
that. I wasn't. Oh, now I'm the boss.
I thought Foxy was like 16. That's all I'm saying.
Was that? Did I sign it? It sounds like you.
All I'm saying is in this industry when we live in this glass house.
It seems like you got a
Like,
question
did I
for
say
Jay.
that?
Ask
You
him.
see what these guys do?
Yeah.
He knows. He knows.
Yeah, he knows, man. Sounds like it. I mean, you know, and it sounds like they know.
And remember, he was fighting with Jay-Z over Aaliyah for a little period.
Yep.
But I think she was of age then.
Apparently, allegedly, but it looks like
Allegedly.
that, right?
Allegedly.
They dated each other around the same age, you know, same time frame. I don't know, man.
So that's why I didn't bring up Aaliyah, because she might have been 18.
Yeah. I know. It's still weird, though. Hold on. Let's see what they got to say here. Hold
I
on.
wasn't paying attention to Foxy Brown.
Yeah, but that's.
I didn't sign Foxy Brown.
I know
Stop
you did.
putting
I'm
me in
just
that.
asking a
You keep asking
question.
because I'm on the block. I'm responsible for everybody. I don't know
You the
nothing about
boss.
that. I wasn't. Oh, now I'm the boss.
I thought Foxy was like 16. That's all I'm saying.
Was that? Did I sign it? It sounds like you.
All I'm saying
it sounds
is in
like
this
you got
industry,
tough-
when we live
it
in these
seems like
glass
you got.
houses.
It seems like you got a question for Jay. Ask him. Don't ask me his questions. So I'm not taking.
See,
I'm not.
BB,
Y'all can keep
BB.
asking me questions.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
See what I'm saying? Okay, so Rihanna, she's still up there, right? She's in that bracket. She's in the top bracket.
Right.
Nick, he's in that top bracket, right? Who knows what happened to Nick? You know, when he was young, in his Nickelodeon days?
Right.
What's the age difference between Mariah and Nick?
It's got to be a decade, right?
Yeah.
I'm guessing. Let me take a look at that. I'll look that up. Well, go ahead with your point.
No, but you can finish the video. I'm just saying.
Okay. I'm gonna look it up too. Let's play the video. I will look it up.
Moving on. Y'all keep asking me questions y'all want to ask him because he ain't here. Ask him. I ain't got to do with that, and I don't even know nothing about that. And now I don't even want to remember nothing about that.
Did y'all realize how similar this is to what Diddy did to Cassie? He started dating her when she was just 19 years old and promised her a career in Hollywood, only for him to put her through pure hell. Oh, but Dame wasn't done yet. See, he went on to spill some more tea about Jay's very weird obsession with younger girls when he revealed that he made the decision to stop associating himself with Jay when he realized that Jay had no plans of distancing himself from R. Kelly, even after R. Kelly was exposed for being a predator. And for those who don't know, R. Kelly was exposed for lying about Aaliyah's age and marrying her when she was only 15 years old. Now, you would think that after this, Jay-Z would just stop associating with him, but he didn't. He actually joined forces with R. Kelly to release their joint album, The Best of Both Worlds.
But I've been tight about this for years.
Yeah, it is actually a decade. They're a decade apart, Mariah Carey and Nick Cannon. Yeah, 11 years to be exact.
So to be honest, like if you remember The Best of Both Worlds, you don't see my name on that. You know what I mean? And
your name is not on either album.
Hell no, I never wanted no parts of that. So when Holmes was doing that shit, I was like, bro, you know our homie violated, and he violated my girl. He violated a friend of yours.
And y'all, get this.
See what I'm saying?
According to
This is the same thing they used to say about Heavy D. Like he didn't like what was going on. He was totally opposed to it. Even though he had become an exec.
Yeah. I see what you mean now. Let me hear that one more time. Just to make sure I heard it right.
It's like if you remember The Best of Both Worlds, you don't see my name on that. You know what I mean? And
your name is not on either album.
Hell no, I never wanted no parts of that. So when Holmes was doing that shit, I was like, bro, you know our homie violated, and he violated my girl. He violated a friend of yours.
And y'all, get this. According to Dame, Jay also wanted to get into a relationship with Aaliyah and even began sending her flowers and inviting her to his parties. But Aaliyah was not interested in Jay because she was already in love with Dame and wanted to be in a relationship with him instead.
I guess Jay was trying to get at her as well. And I didn't know. He was sending flowers and he was courting her.
Because the rumor originally was that you were connected to Jay. Exactly. Jay and I were hanging out a lot. He's my homie. We have a lot of fun together, but we never dated like that.
After Aaliyah's tragic plane crash passing, it was rumored that her death was a sacrificial death orchestrated by higher-ups. See, Aaliyah never actually wanted to be on that plane. She was given a sedative by force and went unconscious. And that's when she was put on the plane without her consent to finish her music video. As if this wasn't bad enough, Jay was also put on blast by Beyonce.
And I didn't know that Dame had said that, you know, he was trying to get it. I actually thought that Jay-Z had been with Aaliyah before Dame. And like I said, I don't know what the ages were. So this is all new to me.
Beyonce's bodyguard, Uncle Ron, who revealed that Jay was also her consent to blast by Beyonce's bodyguard, Uncle Ron, who revealed that Jay got Beyonce hooked on so that he could control her.
Yeah, Beyonce's on drugs. She's been on them for a long time, and you keep her that way.
Once again, this is very similar to what
Did he just say Jay-Z has Beyonce on drugs? Is that what he just said?
That's what he said.
Diddy did with,
and you keep her that way.
Got Beyonce hooked on so that he could control her.
Yeah, Beyonce's on drugs. She been on them for a long time, and you keep her that way.
Once again, this is very similar to what Diddy did with Cassie. She accused Diddy of filling her up with alcohol, including ketamine and ecstasy, causing her to fall into very dangerous addictions that controlled her entire life. What's even crazier is Beyonce met Jay when she was still underage, and he was pushing 30. In fact, Jay-Z revealed this in 2007 in an interview with Charlie Rose, where he said that he and Beyonce met before she was 18, but claims though they met when she was 16 years old, they still waited till she turned 18 before he made a move on her.
How long have you known her?
Wow, a long time.
How long? 10 years?
However long she's been recording. That's when I met her.
Well, don't you remember how long it was?
Yeah, when I met her. I mean,
was it 5 years ago? Was it?
I met her 10 years ago.
But did you say to yourself at that time, wow?
That's a fantastic.
And as some of y'all know, Beyonce never really had much of a social life growing up. She was tied into her career from the time she was a child, and her parents were very strict. She only ever had one boyfriend while she was in high school. This means she really barely had any experience with men before she met Jay. And a lot of people believe that this power imbalance is the reason that Beyonce couldn't bring herself to divorce him after he cheated on her. He's the only man she's known since she was a teenager.
I feel like she never.
Yo, VB.
Did he cheat on her? He cheated on her.
Oh, he does all the time. That's why the sister went crazy on him in the elevator, remember?
That is crazy.
She was like, you can do this to her, but fucking I know what's going on.
And people still listen to his music, man. That is...
Yeah, and the sister was the conscious one out of the two.
That is crazy, man. That is something, man. I always thought that was just a rumor, you know, but damn. There's more to it.
Life.
That's why they try to hook Michael Jackson up with Elvis's daughter.
What?
That's why they try to make, with the Presley girl. Michael Jackson.
Yeah,
she was married to
Priscilla Presley.
Was it Priscilla? Was the mom?
Oh, really? Yeah.
Priscilla was married to Elvis at 14.
Okay, let me see. Then that would be let me look that up real quick. Yeah. Let's see here. Presley and Jackson, right?
Mm-hmm. So Priscilla was the mom.
It's Lisa Marie Presley.
Lisa Marie Presley, yeah.
Yeah.
That was a kind of arranged marriage, just like this.
Arranged? What you mean? Like because of her age?
Like an arranged marriage. Like, you've got to marry money.
Hold on. Age? Let me see here. Hey, I never thought of that. Age difference? Let me see what that says. 10-year age difference. You're right, bro. That's 10 years apart. But when did they meet, man? This is bizarre, dude. I can't do this, man. But this can't be right.
Yeah, son.
Bizarre as hell, man. Yeah. Well, just out of curiosity, I can't help myself, man, today. But what the fuck? Let me see. How old was she when she met Michael Jackson? Let me see.
Yeah, that one I'm not sure. I'm more familiar with when her mom met Elvis Presley. And she was
she was a teenager, man. She was a teenager.
Yeah, she was 14.
Okay, when she married Michael Jackson.
Lisa Marie
Okay, Michael Jackson was 35 and she was 26. All right, so she's an old ass woman.
Yeah. Well, that was
She's
arranged.
not old ass
I don't
woman,
even think
but
they liked each other.
old ass adult. She's adult enough.
Yeah.
To know. 26.
There's no issue there.
She got to know. She had to know Michael was crazy.
No, it was the whole arrangement was the King of Rock marries the King of Rock's daughter marries the King of Pops. The King of Pop.
Right. Anyway, back to the regular news. Okay, I got you. Let's see here. What the hell? What are
So like Jay-Z and Beyonce, it was like, you know, the King of Hip Hop marries the Queen of Pop.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Well, that's how people look at it too. In some kind of way, you have to sell that image. But the whole point is,
and Beyonce, like Michael Jackson, didn't really have a childhood.
He didn't really have a child.
Didn't really have a childhood.
Oh, right. Okay, I got you. Yeah, presumably.
Yeah, and that's what she was saying. Like Beyonce is just when she got with Jay-Z in this arrangement, like, you know, she had no experience with men, or, you know.
It is very interesting. It is interesting, man. That I gotta tell you. I mean, just the fact that, you know, it's like you said, she's a young person, no experience. Parents handled this business transaction, and then she links up with Jay-Z and gets married. In the end, and let me ask you this: was Jay-Z, was he the CEO of Rockefeller? Or no, of not Rockefeller, of Def Jam at that time?
Def Jam.
Oh, so he was the CEO of Def Jam, or
remember, it was a big thing that when the union happened, or when it became official, they became the first billionaire hip hop couple or black couple.
Right.
Now they're supposedly billionaires in their own rights. Like, he's a billionaire, she's a billionaire. But before that, this was like way back when it happened.
Mm-hmm.
So what this bodyguard is trying to say is that, you know, he introduced her to, you know, drugs and shit like that. She doesn't do interviews. You know,
in that interview?
No, she doesn't do interviews anymore. He does.
Oh, Beyonce doesn't.
She hardly
Are you
does.
serious?
And when she does, it's like, you know, it's kind of weird.
Oh my goodness, man. Damn, this is crazy, dude. Beyonce is on Brigadies. Let's see here what comes up. Is this real? Beyonce, Jay-Z allegations. Dubai performance drunk.
Like, she had a big following before she met Jay-Z. After she met Jay-Z, like, a whole persona changed. Totally.
What is this right here, man? Let's see. Can you see this? Yeah. Okay. All right. Let me get past this little commercial here. Hurry up. Yeah, but I agree, man. It's weird looking. It's definitely weird looking. Wow, man. There's so many things that come to mind.
Everything is failing, from alleged drug addiction to murder and cheating accusations against her husband, B is struggling. Everything is failing, from alleged drug addiction to murder and cheating accusations against her husband, Jay-Z. Allegedly, 53-year-old Jay-Z's gotten 41-year-old Beyonce addicted to drugs as a way of controlling her. And why is age important?
What the where does this come from, man? Where does this come? These kind of allegations, where do they start at? I mean, is there evidence of this? But let's hear it.
Let's not forget, Jay-Z met Beyonce when she was only 18. She doesn't know a life outside of him. And don't take it from me. Take it from Jaguar Wright, who's made a name for herself dishing on celeb drama.
I waited a long time to see if he would grow a conscience. And the more drugs he pumps down his wife's throat to keep her in a
Jaguar isn't the only one to open up about Beyonce, though. Staff and celebs alike.
What was that?
I take Jaguar Wright with a pinch of salt. But then again, She was signed to these dudes, man.
She was signed to what? Columbia?
No, I think she did some work with Diddy.
Oh, with Diddy. Okay.
And a few
I'm
other
not
people.
sure who she was signed to. Def Jam or
Yeah, it's irrelevant.
Columbia.
And she's gone really wild and shit. So it's kind of hard to. She's not really credible at this point.
Oh, you don't think so?
But you got to think about it. Someone like Beyonce had like stands, like proper stands, like fans. Yeah. And then once you go with Jay-Z, things they would say stuff about her behavior after that.
Well, she became a mom.
Well, if you think that's what warranted the change in personality.
No, yeah, true. I don't know, man. I'm just saying that's one thing that happened to her, but you never know. Two things could happen, you know.
Well, this is what these people are saying, and that's what they were saying back then when they first got married.
Exactly. All right, let's listen to more. Let's see.
Have made allegations, like Beyonce's former bodyguard who goes by Uncle Ron.
Yeah, Beyonce's on drugs. She's been on them for a long time, and you keep her that way.
He threatened,
I know your deepest secrets. I know so much on how you got where you are.
but Beyonce hasn't spoken out against the allegations. Any theories as to why? Does it maybe have to do with Jay-Z's infidelity in the past? Well, there's a whole other story going down, claims Uncle Ron, that P. Diddy may have something to do with Biggie Smalls.
Oh, you were going to say something?
Solange did. The sister did.
Oh,
She
right.
said
That's her
something.
name, Solange.
Yeah.
Yeah, facts. Hold on.
Demise, and Jay-Z was involved too. Like, Jay-Z talked to Biggie hours before his murder, saying, I spoke to him that night and he was so happy to be in Los Angeles.
Beyonce and Jay-Z will do anything to destroy anyone who speaks out against them.
So, talking about Beyonce's little problem seems to be just that. Little in comparison to what the hell else is being drudged up. The video with Uncle Ron's claims was taken down after only a few days, which is a little sus. But you know the internet, once something's posted, it isn't easily erased. What I want to know is, did Jay-Z and Beyonce have something to do with its removal? And talking about erasure, has anybody checked on Uncle Ron? He was afraid of speaking out in the past because he was and still is afraid for his children.
But see, when I start talking about Jay-Z and Beyonce, some toes will curl for sure.
And like, did you see that photo of Ron in the hospital? Yikes. Do you think Beyonce knows the truth? Could that be why Jay-Z has to be so controlling? Jay-Z and Beyonce don't tend to talk about their relationship publicly, but Beyonce has said that's what her music is for. So who is Becky with the big hair in her song Sorry from 2016? And what about Jay-Z's response in his song Family Feud? Yeah, I'll fuck up a good thing if you let me. Let me alone, Becky. Jay-Z has admitted to struggling in their relationship, claiming,
If you haven't experienced love and you don't understand it and you don't have the tools to move forward, then you're going to have complications.
Jay-Z admitted in an interview with the New York Times, so even with women, you're going to shut down emotionally, so you can't connect. In my case, like, it's deep. And then all the things happen from there. Infidelity. You can imagine how much worse the experience must have been for Beyonce, knowing that between drugs.
How much of this is alleged? All of this is
a lot
alleged.
of it. Obviously, a lot of it.
Yeah.
I mean, we're adults. We can't just take everything as,
Right, exactly. But these are the rumors. These are the rumors.
Given what the current situation, the current climate is.
I don't know if I could handle two of these things at the same time. The Puff Daddy thing at the same time, then Jay-Z opens up and you find out it's the same thing or worse. Wouldn't that be insane? But that's what people are saying. That's what Jaguar Wright said. She said Jay-Z was worse.
No, more for me, closer to what we've been dealing with over the past few months, is the fact that this dude, this author came out and said that what's her name? Foxy Brown was his best friend at the time, and she's been known to comment on his Instagram or his YouTube videos from way back, right?
Right.
So when Jay-Z was doing this shit, that him and Foxy Brown were around the same age.
They're what? They're not around the same age. Or you mean the age difference? You mean?
No, Polite and Foxy Brown.
Oh, really? How is that so, man? You
I
think
don't know.
so?
Look it up. Look it up. I don't know.
I
Look,
don't.
if you give me 15 minutes, I'll get on the laptop. I'll be back with you. I'm almost home.
Okay. All right. No worries, bro. What's up, Beverly? You here?
Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah, I'm here.
What's up? What's on your mind? What caught your attention?
Oh no, Beyonce. I'm just waking up. I sit on the
Good
couch
morning to you.
see if I'm always doing that.
Right.
Because I saw Beyonce, but that's all old stuff. Just Jay
This is
Z
old
and
stuff.
stuff.
You heard about all this stuff.
Yeah, yeah. When Becky with the good hair or something, he cheated on
Oh,
her. It was her sister or something. But that Jaguar, right? I just saw something and I was sitting here trying to remember what I saw. Jaguar, right? I don't know. Where does this girl? Who is this person? She's just coming out with all this stuff with these people, and most of it's rumors, old rumors. So I don't know.
but don't you think some of it's come true?
I
Some of the
don't
things
know.
she said. I mean,
She
what is
was
she saying is different from the rest of these people?
something. I just saw it. I can't. I was trying to remember what it was. I don't have my laptop, so
Mhm.
I can't look stuff up on the phone. But I just saw something she was talking about somebody, and I was like, "Here she go again." I just don't. That girl gives me bad vibes. I just, I just, yeah, I just can't take her because she always comes out with stuff. I don't know what's true or what ain't true. To be honest, because I wasn't there, so I don't know. I don't hang in those circles and stuff. But it's like she just going after everybody to tear everybody down. Like I told you before, some of that stuff is. I'm not saying that all of it's wrong, but a lot of that it's like people are just fishing now, like just getting stuff. It's like we're gonna tear every black person down and they got every black person tearing another one down. She went after somebody. I can't remember who it is now. I just saw it too. And she was saying that you think they're so good and oh god, I can't think of who it is.
What
So
the hell is this on the screen here, man? Let me change this. I'm sorry. Let me
that's
take this out. But how much what do you think about this situation with Jay-Z? I mean, do you think there's any truth to it?
maybe. But it seems like if you look at it, it seems like everybody that in general, that particular woman, Jaguar Wright, and just in general, every black person they going at has really got abuse. So I
Oh,
don't
sorry.
know.
Go ahead.
That's okay.
Sorry about that.
That's
Go
okay.
ahead. Continue.
She just it's like okay, the the music industry is corrupt. We all know that it's been corrupt for years, especially with black people. But it looks like everybody that's got some type, every black man that not that they're just rich. It's like the ones who have billionaire status and the real status, and they involve community involved. I don't know, to me it just seems like too much. And to be honest with you, that thing with Puffy, I'm tired of it, to be honest. I mean, I've listened to it and stuff like that. I figure so be it. If like I always said, if he did it and there's proof he did it, oh well, he gets what he deserves. But to me, it's much more it's much more what should I say? Oh, it's much black people have much more serious things to go after than to be. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not. I don't listen to 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 those different pages. I mean, the thing with Diddy, I started listening to it because obviously it came out. He settled, da da da. So I don't know. I don't know what to say
Yeah.
about it.
But this is Jaguar right here. Um,
Yeah, I know
she's
what
got
she looked like, but I can't think of who she was talking about. It's like she
yeah.
goes after everybody. It's like, to me, it's like a jealousy thing with her. I know.
Let's hear it. Let's hear it. Let's hear it. Let's hear it. Hold
And
on.
why is age important? Well, let's not forget Jay-Z met Beyonce when she was only 18. She doesn't know a life outside of him. And don't take it from me. Take it from Jaguar Wright, who's made a name for herself dishing on celeb drama.
I waited a long time to see if he would grow a conscience. And the more drugs he pumps down his wife's throat to keep her in the character.
Jaguar.
Did you hear that?
Yeah, that's. I heard that mess.
Okay.
I mean, this woman, she got an attitude. I don't know. I don't know. I don't think Beyonce is on drugs, but that's my opinion. She just likes her husband. Jay-Z, yes, he's older than her, but she chose to be around him because she wanted to be around him, I guess. She doesn't seem like the person who lets somebody could control her. They each have their own money, so it's not about money while they're together, you know. I definitely don't think she's on drugs. I may be wrong because I was wrong about Whitney Houston, but Whitney Houston was a whole nother story. She was a whole nother story, and her story, when you get down to it, if you really followed it, it was her brother. Her brother. It wasn't Clive Davis. It was her brother. He admitted it on their show, the Houstons. He admitted it that he started his sister on drugs. He got off and she didn't. So it's always something.
Are you talking about Whitney Houston?
Yeah. Yeah, Whitney Houston's brother.
But what about the But that's who started. But what about how she died?
How she died?
How can he take blame for how she died?
No, I'm not saying how he could take blame for her dying. He said it. The brother has kidney failure, if I'm not mistaken. If I'm not sure, but if he's dead, he died from kidney disease from being the drug. He stopped. She didn't. That's the thing. A lot of people I know someone, their sister was 20, and their daughter was 13, and the aunt got the 13-year-old. The mother's sister got the niece on drugs at 13. So anything's possible. So, you know. But I'm just saying, people want to blame Clive Davis for that. You can't. How she died in the bathroom.
Yeah, because we've been speculating over here. Is it Clive Davis? That's what I've been wondering. I mean,
yeah, has he done anything to her? I don't think so. I mean, the music industry is not innocent. The people in the music industry are not innocent by a long shot in a lot of stuff. But this stuff is just, to me with Jaguar, right, and the different people, it's just, oh, I made money and I F my money up. Excuse me. And I F my money up. I don't have what he has. I'm not poor, but I'm not a billionaire either. I should be a billionaire. He made a billionaire off of me, which to me just comes down to bad contracts and royalty agreements. That's what, to me, it comes to. But everybody wants a piece of the pie now because they didn't do what they should have did with the money. And I'm not saying that every artist is that way and that nobody got cheated or something.
It's a factor somewhere in there.
Yeah, it's something in this. It's something in this. It seems like it's to destroy every successful Black man. And they do.
It's interesting what you're saying.
It is, but you know what I noticed too. It's certain Black people they won't touch. You know, it's certain Black people they won't touch. Like I don't know if you ever heard of her. It's this Candace Owens. Like she's this.
I heard of her.
People, yeah. Then you know how she is. She She goes after Cardi B because she thinks Cardi B is illiterate, which I used to think the same thing until I actually sat down and listened to her talk. Cardi B is very she's she just has a she's not what's the word I want? She's not oh, it's the word I want. I mean, she's not like classy. I'll just say classy for the lack of a better word. She's just very, she talks very, if you know the area, like where she comes from, the New York area, the Bronx area where she grew up, it's like she's got street perspective, but she also has a good, she has a good family background, because if you listen to her, how she raises her daughter, the oldest one, you know, how she still takes her daughter to her grandmother. Her grandmother is her babysitter. They go out, you know, the only thing they don't do, they don't take the train, the subway train and the L's and all of that stuff. But she has very good, she teaches her kids very well about, you know, and she just feels like, she just has a better sense of being a person, but people think she's illiterate. So this woman keeps coming behind her, and the people, the powers that be, that don't like her because she talked to, who was it, Joe Biden, and she talked to Bernie Sanders, and she told them what she would like to spend her tax dollars on. So they know who to take. That's my point. Is they know who to talk about when they start these things, that people aren't going to pay back, that people aren't going to, you know, are going to really just move on with her. She doesn't do too much. When she was threatened with a lawsuit, she stopped after Cardi B, but she just goes to Lizzo because Lizzo is fat, which she is, and
Candace Owens goes after Lizzo?
Oh, she dogs Lizzo's fat shaming her. She's too fat. She's not healthy. This woman blinks her eyes too much for me. Oh, she goes after Lizzo, something terrible. She's terrible with Lizzo and stuff like that.
All right, let's hear what she say. Let's hear what she says here for a second.
Speaking of things,
just to get an idea of who Candace Owens is.
Things that I'm not even gonna say I'm disturbed by. At this point, I just have more questions than I have answers. Lizzo, of course, I almost feel like she's the new Cardi B. It's the person that the media has decided should be glorified no matter what. In fact, this past week, they are hitting Kanye over suggesting that clinical obesity is not something that should be promoted, and understanding that clinical obesity instead is something that we should be discussing and trying to fix. So Twitter has run a banner that has been for the last, 3 days, saying that Lizzo hits back at, Kanye West by essentially just saying that she likes being fat. And they're making this seem like this is the right way to hit back. No, we should discuss clinical obesity, and we should discuss it with a sober analysis. So Lizzo did this Vanity Fair cover story. She was a Vanity Fair cover story. And here are a few of her quotes. On race, she said, quote, "The way Black women have been treated in this country has made me feel very hopeless. I don't think there was a time when we were treated fairly and with respect. If I see hope in this country, it will come from the accountability of the people who have the privilege. As a fat Black woman, this country has never gone forward. It's stayed pretty much the same for me." Okay, so I do want to just ask the question to Lizzo, what's it going to take for you to feel like you're privileged? Like, I actually want someone to tell me this, like, when will Lizzo get on stage and say, I have a remarkable amount of privilege. I am a multi-millionaire. I am giving awards. I am doing deals with Netflix. I am doing deals with Instacart. I am being handed questionable trophies for the work that I am doing. I am now on the cover of Vanity Fair, one of the biggest magazines, fashion magazines in the world. And I am essentially being glorified for things that I actually should make a committed effort to better in my life, like my clinical obesity. But despite all of this, they're telling me that it's great, it's amazing, and I'm being defended by everybody.
What you think about that?
Well, you have to know Candace Owens from not just this clip. She did a whole documentary on. Let me go back. It goes back deeper than this. Oh God, how can I start with this? First of all, this woman does not like being black. She doesn't think she's black, for one thing. So let's get that straight. She did, she can't,
Candace
she
Owens
was,
doesn't.
oh, she's terrible. You really don't know her. She did look up, she did a documentary on George Floyd, and she
God.
said that he was high, that Derek Chauvin didn't kill him.
Look, okay, hold on. Are you serious? Say that
Yeah,
again.
I'm serious. Duke, put in Candace Owens. This girl is vicious.
Candace
She
Owens, what?
doesn't like black people. She did a documentary on George Floyd's death, and listen to her. And this is why I'm saying I understand how people are fascinated with this stuff with Jay-Z and Diddy and all of them. And I was glad they finally found out who killed Tupac. I was glad for his mother's sake they finally found out who killed him. But this girl is more detrimental to the black
Is
community.
this what
Yes.
hold on? Is this what she said? You know
Now
what?
look at
I
this.
always knew
Listen
she
to
was
this.
whack, but I never heard this. Let me see it. Let's play.
Candace Owens was reminded by the people who pay her that now's the time for her to come out and say terrible things against Black people. And that's exactly what she did in reference to George Floyd. This video was just so it was just so disgusting. And I hated that I needed to watch it. And I hate that I'm sharing part of it with you now, but I think it's important to understand how easily people can be corrupted into saying this type of disgusting nonsense. So go ahead and watch.
I want to come out and say that I do not support George Floyd and the media depiction of him as a martyr for Black America. Shelby Steele said that the Black community is unique from other communities. Our culture is unique from other communities because we are the only community that caters to the bottom denominator of our society. Now, let me explain what that means. It means to say that not every Black American is a criminal, not every Black American is committing crimes, but we are unique in that we are the only people that fight and scream and demand support and justice for the people in our community that are up to no good. You would be hard pressed to find, a Jewish person who has spent 5 stints in prison, who commits a crime and dies while committing a crime, and that the Jewish people champion and demand justice for. You will be hard pressed to find this in white America. You'll be hard pressed to find this even in Latino America.
I'm actually not hard.
Yeah, that's so wrong, man.
But that's not half of it. I mean, this girl is that smile, what she says. And that's why I guess me, myself, I'm not interested in like Diddy. I'm like, well, if he's guilty, he's guilty. And then she was a big supporter of Trump. She's a grifter. She has all these right-wing people and people who don't like Black people agree, oh, she's so smart. She's going to be the next woman president, blah, blah, blah. And the thing about it, she's not even Black American. She's an island. Her family is from the islands, one of the islands. So
really?
Yeah, she tries.
Where in the islands?
I'm not sure, but I read it somewhere where.
Well, I mean, that happens, man.
But she's not a spokesperson for Black America. She said there's no racism. She testified before Congress, and this girl had nothing. She was so desperate. She went to England and married a guy in 20 days. She met his family has money. So, and she also goes after Meghan Markle and Harry. And she went after oh God, what is John Legend's wife name? Chrissy Teigen. She went after her. She makes a habit of downgrading Black people to get white people. She works for the Daily Wire for Ben Shapiro, and she's just terrible. So it, I think she's a problem that we ought to be really, really, as a community, we need to be watching.
For a second, you said you agreed with her, though, right?
No, what?
For a second earlier, you said you agreed with her about something.
I did. It ain't much.
So.
No.
Yeah, that's why we started talking about Candace. But yeah, maybe I'm wrong. I'll look back on that.
Maybe I did. Well, I'll look back too, but I don't remember that. But she just she has nothing nice to say about Black people. Nothing. I've never seen anybody like her. She has nothing to say about Black people. And
that kind of became a trend where you have the Black person who's being the antagonist now, like, against the Black people. It's funny.
Okay.
She's not the only one, but there's like a trend in media not even in media, in politics, where in general, right? In Western politics, this anti-Black.
She even went so far as to oh God, I lost my train of thought that quick. But she's just terrible. She's just terrible. Oh, she went so far to say there's no racism and and the Central Park 5. She made comments about them, and they must have did something, and she plays up to them. Oh, and what did she say? She says so much; it's so hard to keep track of everything she says. But I follow her basically because if you look down at the bottom, that white woman there is Christina Applegate. She has MS. She has MS. And she talked about her too. She talked about her. She talked about Joe Biden. She talks about Yusef Salam and Jordan. I've never seen a Black person has something to say. And there's one thing she says. She says, Black people keep telling me, oh, I'm not invited to any of the cookouts. I don't want your culture. I don't need your culture. I'm here to destroy your culture.
What?
Yeah. That's her and Cardi B. But there's one where someone says, all you have to do is, if I'm not mistaken, type in the bar, search Cardi B does not want to be part of Black culture or something to that effect. It'll pop up unless they took it down.
I want to hear this Central Park 5 thing.
She talks about Central Park 5. She talks about
Let's see here if it's here. Let's see if it's here. Hold on.
So I like to think that I wear my distaste for conservative commentator Candace Owens on my sleeve, but News One wears the entire jacket. It's part of the reason why I'm doing a third News One Candace Owens article, because I just find these things so amazing. Check this out. Pro-Hitler Candace Owens' hateful attack on the Central Park 5 is sunken demons' latest cry for help. I mean, they're not even trying to hide it. This is the same person who said Hitler just wanted to make Germany great. This is written by News One staff. And every time I see News One staff,
this dude has a funny voice. This is a young man, so let's just hear.
I just imagine a group of them just sitting around and coming up with hey, no, we got to use a synonym for this, and and just piecing it all. Earth and glamorized because people care about justice. The 30-year-old Connecticut native tweeted Tuesday afternoon, "Wake up, Black America. Millions of dollars are being spent to emotionally manipulate us ahead of an election cycle. Again." This is the tweet. She also added, "This is exactly the problem. The media relies on Black emotion. Few people read the details of the case. Now Blacks are once again being emotionally manipulated by leftists. The Central Park 5 were not innocent."
Whoa.
She's quoting,
Whoa.
Brandon Tatum, another guy who I don't know, I just fell off of them after.
No, she said they were not innocent.
Yes.
What is wrong with her? She is.
But also,
Wait.
let me say this. Let me listen to this. She says the NAACP, the NAACP, is a racist organization. But when she lived in one of the New England states, wherever she lived, she went to school with Daniel Malloy, his son, who was the governor at one time of, if I'm not mistaken, Massachusetts. She said that they did something to her, and they called her a nigger and all the other stuff they do, right? And she used the NAACP to sue and she got $37,500 tax-free dollars. And she's been on a tirade against black people ever since when she found out she get money. She's a grifter, and these MAGA people for Donald Trump and them, they love her to death because she repeats everything they say. She said Hitler only wanted to make Germany great. The girl is stupid. She just talks fast. The girl is illiterate. But these MAGA white people, these right-wing nuts, they love her to death. Oh, she's a they made her the spokesperson for Black America. And I'm like, who the hell told you that? They sit there and they send the money. Oh, we want you to be president. You're so smart. The girl knows nothing. She talks over people. She will not debate Roland Martin. She will not debate anybody that thinks different from her. She only goes on these shows and stuff. Now that was the Young Turks, the one you did. And this one they can't say the Majority Report and stuff like that. She does it. But she knows who to. She's a manipulator. She's a grifter. She's a manipulator. To me, this is what I think we should be telling. We are being destroyed from within. Now, I think I know what you were talking about. I will say this. I don't know if I said it before. Sometimes when she says Black America is its own worst enemy, I agree with that. I agree with that. But the majority of her stuff, and
It's kind of like gaslighting, because isn't she contributing to it herself?
Exactly. She's
so
destroying from within. And she excuse me.
You okay?
She's contributing to it. This is right now, people like her, and she's not the only one, but she's the one.
Look, Beverly, think about this. She said black people are their own worst enemy. And you know what we're about to do right now? We're about to watch a video where it looks like Candace Owens appears to be aligning herself with the Confederate flag, defending it. Just listen to it. Yeah, to give you an example. Look.
Kanye stuff. Like you gotta play it up like when you're having problems with Shapiro. But then what you gotta do is pivot hard.
Yeah.
And this is what she does. This is Candace Owens being asked a question. Your thoughts on the Confederate flag?
Oh boy.
My thoughts on the Confederate flag. I do not see a problem with people whose family members died fighting for that flag to be able to wave it high. It is
Pause
historical.
it for 1 second. Let's just. Would you feel the same way, let's say, if it was ISIS? If not ISIS, would you feel it the same way for if it was, let's be honest, it's not a country, right? This is not a country's flag. So we can't analogize it to a country. It really is just like a band of rebels.
Yeah, how about the Antifa flag?
What about a Ukrainian flag?
Which is actually an existing country.
Yes.
Yeah.
But let's continue here. And then we'll get into like what that flag represented.
Yeah, what did they die fighting for?
Exactly.
And the idea that your son or daughter went and marched in a war, people are just so stupid. They think they were fighting for slavery. Those people who fought were piss poor. They never had a slave a single day in their life. They fought for the South, and their sons signed up, went to war.
Pause it. Hold on for a second. First off, no, the idea that somebody's dying for a flag is absurd. Nobody dies for a flag. What does it mean that you fought for the South? Like, what does that mean? Like, you fought for the, like, what was, like,
we fought for warmer climates in the United States.
Exactly. Like, what does that mean? It doesn't mean anything.
They were literally like paranoid about like miscegenation, stuff like that. Like, you're going to create.
But also, let's also be clear. There is no war where the people who fight it are necessarily fighting for the reasons why the war is being waged.
You can't critique any war because there have been.
All right. Yeah, what do you think about her comments? Obviously, they're outrageous.
Yeah, that girl knows nothing. She talks to the people who send her money. She's a grifter.
Yo, Wab Funk, you there?
Hello?
You there, Wab Funk? Oh, maybe he can't hear me or something. But go ahead, Beverly.
But she's a grifter. She talks what white people want to hear. She talks everything they want to hear. Oh, they should have their flag. Oh, I moved to Memphis. Why would you move to Memphis? Why would a black person move to Memphis? Memphis has a high crime rate, but she never talks about that, because if she talks about that, she talks against her base. You know, she's just, you know, if I don't have my laptop fixed by February, I want to send you some stuff. Like, you know, February is Black History Month. I'm going to send you some stuff, and maybe if you feel like it, you could do something with it, because this. Oh, and there's,
do that.
I will. And click in Juneteenth and listen to what she says about Juneteenth.
Juneteenth?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Juneteenth is ghetto. Candace Owens.
Did she have to? Did she have to speak? Oh my God. Listen to this. Oh my no. I don't. Yeah.
Oh, this woman is
Everything the Democrats do and get crazy about has to do with something that they are trying to attain. They don't care about Black people. They don't care about Black history. They don't care about unity. In fact, Joe Biden actually said this. He said that Juneteenth is, quote, a day in which we remember the moral stain and the terrible toll that slavery took on the country and continues to take, end quote. How does it make you feel? Do you want to celebrate? At least he's being honest, right? Because that's it. That is exactly what this holiday is about. What this federal holiday is actually about is constantly reminding Black Americans that we are somehow different, that we are apart from the American dream, that this is not our country, that we should still be angry. You call me upon, well, I'm calling you upon if you thought this was a good holiday, if you thought this was about anything more than the Democrats trying to keep us in a perpetual state of anger and fear. Everything the Democrats do and get crazy about has to do with something that they are trying to attain. They don't care about Black people. They don't care about Black history. They don't care about unity. In fact, Joe Biden actually said this. He said that Juneteenth is, quote, a day in which we remember the moral stain and the terrible toll
I never heard
slavery
that one.
took on the country and continues to take. And
That's not the one. That's not the one I'm talking about. But I never heard that one. Put in Candace Owens Juneteenth. Juneteenth is ghetto. Just put Juneteenth is ghetto. Candace Owens.
Oh, is it right here? Here it is, right here.
Hey, VB.
Yo, you there, Web Funk?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Listen to this though when she says, and she's gonna have a side video.
Juneteenth, everybody.
Peace to you, Sister Beverly.
Hello. I know
let's check
who
it
I'm
real
speaking to.
Oh, that's Web Funk. That's Web Funk on the line now. Yo, but let's hear her real quick. Let's hear what Candace is saying and then see what Web Funk got to say. Hold on.
Happy day after Juneteenth, everybody. I hope everybody had a very relaxing day off. Bad news for me. Apparently, I have been banned from the Black community again. I've been told that I am not invited to the various cookouts. And the reason why is because I was tweeting and I said something along the lines of Juneteenth is ghetto and it's made up, and people were very upset about that. And I would like to just right off the bat apologize for what I said. And I'm going to tell you why I do feel compelled to apologize for that tweet. Plus, later on in the show, we're going to be discussing Andrew Tate. He has now been indicted for human trafficking. And the case is kind of crazy. They seem relieved by the people said that Candace is saying this because she and I was in Black America, put my phone away. I was coughing up a lung. I was in bed and I came back and I was trending everywhere. And Black America was so mad at me. They were so mad at me. They said that I could not come to the cookout again, that I was not invited. In fact, a lot of people said,
come to the cookout is like some derogatory way, to look down. I don't want to come to the cookout. It's like, what is that?
What they're saying with
She's
the cookout
gaslighting.
thing is, what they're saying with the cookout thing is,
you may as well say, I don't want to come to the plantation.
You see, that's the thing. You're like, hey, what do you think? I hope you don't ask for my opinion on this particular subject because
but let's hear her first. But Beverly, you wanted to say something?
Let's hear her out.
No, I was going to say, I don't know if they're going to show it, but she's going to show the people like going in. It wasn't Juneteenth. You know how these guys are doing these flash robberies and stuff? A bunch of them just run in the store, a high-end store. She shows that on the side, but that has nothing to do with Juneteenth. So this is how she justifies it.
Okay, I got it. Okay, so let's see what she said.
that Candace is saying this because she hates Black people. Well, right off of the top, I want to apologize for sending that pithy tweet. Had I had known that it would go so viral, I would have put much more effort into it. Unfortunately, what I'm sorry for is the fact that Twitter is so limited in characters. We should be able to say more on Twitter. God. And I feel like today...
She's not getting to the point, but...
I can finally say everything that I want to say about why this holiday is ghetto and, in fact, made up. But the feedback right off the bat, this is why you know that Black people have become increasingly emotional and irrational, accusing me of being racist, accusing me of hating my own skin color because I
hate how she looks, to be honest. I don't like her. It's nothing sincere. Looks, her face doesn't look sincere at all.
Exactly. Exactly.
So even if you want to be sympathetic to what she's saying, it's kind of difficult.
It's difficult.
She makes it hard.
She makes it hard, almost like she's not serious. But hold on, let me just let it play. I'm sorry.
I don't want to celebrate Juneteenth. This is what always happens. If you criticize a Black person, the number one thing that they say is that you're doing it because they're Black. This is what happens after years of sustained BLM messaging. BLM has actually rotted Black American brains. I'm serious. It's a virus in their brains. They can't even think rationally. They don't even think, oh, why would a Black person want to report racistly on another Black person? That defies common sense. They don't have common sense. Just to address their first point, I have spent the better half of last month talking about basically every topic surrounding the perversion that has become so inherent in Pride Month. So much so that my YouTube account was actually banned for it last week. And yes, of course, the majority of people that are leading the Pride March are in fact white. Last week,
I thought she was talking about Juneteenth.
That's what
another
I was just
example.
going to say something about that. Just quickly, she's throwing in a lot of tropes and stuff like that. She's attaching a lot of
tropes, right? Yes, she's attaching new concepts.
Yes, yeah, to sort of neocon conservative, talking
blah blah blah, or neocon conservative blah blah blah.
I'm sorry. Look, I'm international, Sister Beverly.
That's fine.
Are we saying that we not? Is she trying to say that she doesn't want to recognize Juneteenth, or is she saying it's a hoax? What's the deal?
She's saying it's not a true holiday, but what she doesn't understand, she said it's a made-up holiday. But what she doesn't understand about, but listen, all holidays are made up. All holidays are George Washington's birthday. That was,
but it's a recognition of an event, right?
Yes, and Juneteenth was what Juneteenth was.
The Constitution was made up. Somebody
everything was made up. Veterans Day used to be called Armistice Day. When my
Yeah,
father
so what I'm
was
saying
young.
is, are we denying Juneteenth as an
She
event
is,
or an
not
actual
us.
historical?
She
Yeah,
is.
I don't think we need to listen.
Do you
That's
know what
insane.
Juneteenth is, though? Do you know? Because June.
Yeah, I do. That's
Oh,
what I'm saying.
okay. A lot of people don't
As somebody that's
understand.
from not,
Explain
as
it,
somebody
Beverly.
that's not, as
A
somebody that's
lot.
not from America, I know what it is.
Oh,
You
okay.
can't deny it. I don't think
But
you can deny
Beverly,
it. As far
explain
as
it to
I'm
people. Explain
sorry,
to
What
Beverly.
everybody.
what Juneteenth is? Back in the day, it took word. I don't know. It's a tradition in the beginning of the year. It's a tradition in the black churches and stuff. They have what they call night watch, but it comes from the fact that people sat in church and prayed, waiting to get the word that slavery was over, that the
Yeah, it's the
Emancipation
recognition of an
Proclamation.
event, right?
Right. It was
Some people got it a bit later than others, but eventually it came
they
through.
got the message. Texas was the last
Absolutely.
state
Yeah.
to
That's
get to
right.
know
Yeah.
that slaves were free. They did it June 19th. That's why Juneteenth is a holiday. It was the liberation of the last slave state.
Absolutely. So what is she denying?
She's denying. She said it's ghetto when it's made up. There's no.
Yeah, how is it ghetto?
Yeah, man.
Ask
She
her.
was
I don't
getting
know.
real
Definition of
shocked.
an actual event.
And she said it was made up, and Trump and whoever, not Trump, Lord, not Trump, please, not Trump.
I mean, look, what could be more ghetto than the Pilgrims? You know what I'm
She
saying?
doesn't.
The Pilgrim
But
story.
put it this way, let me
Like-
tell you. What she does is she takes the fact and then she twists it. She doesn't tell the whole truth about it. She doesn't know.
Absolutely. No, she's not.
She
She
just
doesn't
gave
know.
shame. She
she's
just gave
attaching
shame
it
to
to
Thanksgiving, yo.
Yeah. And what's Thanksgiving? What's Thanksgiving?
I know it was
It's
a
the
joke.
recognition.
Thanksgiving is the recognition that folks stole somebody's
made up.
land.
It's made up.
It's
Exactly.
all holidays are made up, and
She
I
ain't
don't
talking
get
about Thanksgiving. But let's hear her criticism. Come on, let's hear more of it.
I looked over the people that we covered. Megan Fox, Lance Bass, Conor McGregor, Madonna's daughter, Anthony Bass, baseball player, The Chosen series, and the Pride flag debacle. The Duggar family questioning whether or not it was moral for them to speak out against their family. Quentin Tarantino. I actually had to search and dig deep to see where are the Black people that I've covered on this show. And it turns out that I covered 3 Black people. Jamie Foxx, and this is, by the way, over the last 3 weeks. Jamie Foxx was one of them, and I did not cover him in a derogatory manner. We just discussed the news piece that people are alleging that he had a stroke because he got the COVID vaccine. I then criticized 2
Explaining her
What?
fuckery.
Wait.
Black people, the
Yo.
first being
Good. She's explaining her fuckery. Another one
Wait,
that I
like,
accidentally did.
okay.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. It's so nuanced what she's doing. She's representing an agenda. Like, I don't think
Yeah.
Juneteenth is actually the issue yet.
No. It's just anything
She's
black.
just
Gotta go.
representing her
White
political
people don't like
affiliations.
Juneteenth, so therefore she had to throw Juneteenth in there to pander to her right wing MAGA base. This is what she does.
That's what's going on.
Yeah.
And I mean, from my point of view, as somebody that's international, I could sympathize with a lot of what she's saying. But when she does stuff like this,
Yeah, it sounds a
can't.
little like
You
they
just
adopted
can't.
European policy.
Yeah.
A little. Candace Owens, right wing European policy too.
And it's
didn't
so obvious.
graduate.
Like she's not even hiding from it.
No.
She didn't graduate from college. She started. Wait, there's a group called Blexit. She did not start this group. Patrice Colors, I think her name is. She stole the name. Blexit. She stole the name from Patrice Colors. And
No, she stole it from Brexit.
Patrice Color was the founder. I can't say the lady's name, but you know who I'm talking about.
Yeah, Patrice Colors, yeah.
She stole it from her. But what Candace did was the Patrice didn't have the money to trademark it. She stole the name and trademarked it and made it her group because she was going to supposedly she was going to lead blacks out of the Democratic Party into conservative. She was a Democrat. She sued. She used the NAACP to sue the state of Connecticut, and now she's saying it's a racist group. Yes.
Have you heard of the term Brexit?
Brexit? No.
Yeah, I think VB can speak.
You never heard of Brexit? Brexit
What
is
is
when
Brexit?
the UK, the UK.
So this is where
Brexit.
This is where Brexit came from.
Oh,
because the
okay.
British were trying to lead the people out of the EU or the European Union to join as one entity. So there was this conservative movement or the right-wing movement in Britain.
What happened?
To say, because Britain was put into the European Union.
Right. Britain went out. So that's where it comes from. Britain wanted out, so they got Brexit and voted their way out.
Yeah, absolutely. That's where Blacksit came from.
Oh my God.
People that I've covered on this show.
Sorry about that. Yeah, that's horrible, man. She just throws things together that way. But yeah, she's crude, man. Hold on, let's hear some more of her debauchery. Let's see.
And it turns out that I covered 3 black people. Jamie Foxx, and this is, by the way, over the last 3 weeks. Jamie Foxx was one of them, and I did not cover him in a derogatory manner. We just discussed the news piece that people are alleging that he had a stroke because he got the COVID vaccine. I then criticized 2 black people, the first being Lizzo, because I find it perverse that she celebrates being fat all the time, and it is bad messaging when fat is, in fact, the #1 killer in America right now. And Mizzy, the black TikToker that went viral in the UK for quite literally breaking into people.
But does Lizzo support, is that what she's promoting, being fat?
I'd hate for her to get fat.
I don't think
I'd hate for her to have a child
and
then lose control of her weight.
Saying is that even if you're fat, you're still beautiful, right? That's
no.
different.
What she's saying is she's fat shaming, basically. I'm not fat. Why should you be fat? It's unhealthy, blah, blah, blah. But listen to what she says straight after that about somebody in the UK.
Okay. Yeah.
People's homes and recording their reactions. He has since come out and apologized for his behavior. But what was interesting about those 2 black people that I covered is that in both instances.
Go ahead.
Knock it back about 30 seconds.
About 30 seconds?
Yeah. When she's talking about Lizzo.
No. And it turns out that I covered 3 black people. Jamie Foxx, and this is, by the way, over the last 3 weeks. Jamie Foxx was one of them, and I did not cover him in a derogatory manner. We just discussed the news piece that people are alleging that he had a stroke because he got the COVID vaccine. I then criticized 2 black people, the first being Lizzo, because I find it perverse that she celebrates being fat all the time, and it is bad messaging when fat is, in fact, the #1 killer in America right now. And Mizzy, the black TikToker that went viral in the UK for quite literally breaking into people's homes and recording their reactions. He has since come out and apologized for his behavior. But what was interesting about those 2 black people that I covered is that in both instances, I was accused of being a racist. Lizzo, her fans have said, you're only saying something about her weight because she's fat and black. If she was just fat and another color, she wouldn't be covered.
It's way too nuanced. Like, fat shaming is not racism. That's absolutely what she's doing. But for her to somehow make it a race issue is so disingenuous. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This is all politics. Like, yeah, we shouldn't even be talking about this, man, because she's pushing an agenda. And like I said, there's some things that she says. That's why she's a crossover. You see, with the white rightists and trying to buy over anyone that's on the black side or the Democrat side. She's too nuanced. Like everything is an agenda.
It appears to be so. I mean, she doesn't speak genuinely. It doesn't seem like it.
Yeah, no, there's nothing genuine about her.
Yeah.
She's on the payroll.
And it seems like she's just kind of in a clumsy way throwing things together, almost like creating a problem. She's describing the problem in a completely different light. She's making light of the real problem. But let's let her talk here.
Covering this, so when I had to produce content to show them that no, I cover fat people of all different races. Of course, we've covered fat people that are Hispanic on the show. We've covered that fat man that is literally eating himself to death on YouTube multiple times on the show. But when a black person, it's got to be because of the color of their skin. And then Mizzy, of course, notoriously went on Piers Morgan. And when Piers Morgan asked
white person?
No.
Absolutely not. Hispanics, yes. Black people, yes. Not because that's a demographic.
Yeah, she picked out
that's
Lizzo.
literally her cohort. If she had to mention fat white people, she loses a certain demographic. Straight away.
Totally. She would lose. Yeah, because how many quote unquote fat white people watch her show?
Yeah, and that's how nuanced it is. There's nothing genuine about this person.
Maybe the fat white people would be hardworking then. If
But
that's it, to talk about them, right?
That's why she
hardworking Americans.
That's why she attributed fat shaming to race.
Yeah, it's
black
race.
people and Hispanics. Yeah.
Yeah, she just
not the white
explaining. Fat, yeah, shaming. I mean, I'm sorry. Yo, all right, let's hear some more of this nuttiness, man.
And factual questions about the dangerous pranks, quote unquote pranks, that he was committing on other people who had children in the home at the time, walking into somebody's home when they have a small child. Mizzy instantly said, oh, why? Because I'm a black guy? And Piers Morgan rightfully said, no, it's because you are an idiot, right? So when I cover black people on the show, I'm typically covering them because they are doing something that is idiotic, not because of the color of their skin. But again, that BLM rot, it takes a while for it to recede. And there were other people that took issue with the fact that I used the term ghetto. Oh, no. You can't say ghetto in a black issue, a black person, or a black holiday in the sentence unless you are being racist. And this is what they tend to do, right?
You could
They basically say you can't.
Yeah, you could say trailer park.
But she won't, though. You see?
No.
She won't.
No, she won't. It doesn't appear. So, but she might. You never know, man. But I get your point anyway. I mean,
that's the demographic, bro.
It's not only
the problem.
It's not only what the people are accusing her of. It's also her response. Her response kind of tells you, like, it almost she almost. It looks to me like she doesn't really care anyway. So
I don't know.
This is
look, VB. The thing is, I reckon. Look, I'm in the capital of Australia, right? So I understand politics pretty good. I've been part of the public service and stuff like that. And my background is marketing. Marketing. So I know what's going on here. When I can't even listen to her.
No.
Because she's just gone about it the wrong way. And she's so heavy on the payroll that she's missing the fact that she may have good points here and there, but she's totally cut out a certain demographic because she's paid to do it.
Yeah, she's see-through, man. She's see-through. You can see right through her, actually. I mean, yeah. She's just toting the line. Another brick in the wall. But, yeah, man. I never, to be honest with you, I never listened to Candace Owens. And I always knew from the beginning she was a nut. So I stopped listening to her a long time ago. And it surprises me sometimes when I do come back and look at some of these people. I mean, it just makes me wonder, like, wow, she still exists. Because this video right here is 5 months ago. It's like, damn, she still got a career with this shit.
She came into prominence a few years ago. It's look. This is the Charleston White factor, right? Charleston White's got a huge black following, but he says some dumb shit.
Yes,
but he can get away with it,
and admits it's in horrific things too. Not just dumb, but just bad. Yeah, but go
horrific.
ahead.
But the fact of the matter is that he can say this shit and get away with it. Yeah. Somehow. That's because he's got. There's a lot of black conservatives that would support Candace Owens and support everything she says without recognizing the fact that half the time she's bashing our own people. right? But because they may see themselves as middle class and above, for example, they'll support her.
I wonder how
No.
many. This video got 184,000 views in 5 months.
It'll be interesting to know how much of that comes from black people. I'd almost swear to you that
Small percentage.
white people probably don't even watch her. They'll support her whenever they see her because they know what a narrative is, and they know what side her Brady's butted. But they won't listen to her. It's black people that are listening to her.
Yeah, man. Yo, on that note, I'm gonna shut it down today, Wap Funk. It's been a few hours now, but yeah, it was. I'm glad we got a chance to talk about Candace Owens also today. You know, I think I want to pick up more on, follow more of what she's, some of her controversy. I did subscribe to her channel recently because that was one of my goals. I was like, Candace Owens seems like she's going to be a political nut factor.
Well, that's the effect, you see. You need to hear what she's saying in order to critique it. Now, if you benefit from it, that's okay, as far as views and stuff like that. And if you want to talk about it, I'll listen.
Right.
You know what I mean? But I mean, that's how it works. Like it's weird.
She's going to be a factor in this election cycle, bro. Real talk.
Absolutely, yeah.
And so I want to be able to know more about her and to critique it. Do reactions to her videos, and as much as she might have the freedom of speech to say these things, and as much as she might even believe the stuff that she's saying, that doesn't mean that we can't critique it and criticize it.
You've got to open the dialogue and the discussion.
Exactly. Did she want to play that game? It's like
she's making the money.
We got to get in on the talk too, from our perspective, right?
Yeah. She's making the money though. You
we got to eat off of some of her crumbs too.
That's it. Yeah, that's the way you got to look at it. At the end of the day, no, that's absolutely true.
You know what I'm saying? Exactly.
But I mean, I rarely ever come on. When I do, I'm usually raising hell. But we had a good chat today. It was really good.
Yeah, it was good.
I'm glad I got you.
Yo, as a matter of fact, let me you got me on WhatsApp, bro? You got my WhatsApp?
No. That'll be good.
Okay. Send me your WhatsApp number in the back chat, and I'm gonna add you to mine, if you don't mind. Or you can send it to me in an email. It's up to you.
No, I'll put it in the back chat. It's all good.
Okay, yeah, and then I'll save it, and then I'm gonna close out. Yo, it's been really good to get with everybody today. I think I'm gonna be doing these streams around the same time, but less frequent. So maybe once or twice a week for a moment, right? While I change up a few things. But it's been a real good talk today, and damn, I mean, we covered the scandalous entertainment industry, which was hell.
Yeah.
That was just dredging. You can't.
Listen.
It's a never ending. Oh my God, go ahead.
You see, the thing is, I'm very unbiased about this shit. Even on when it comes to the conscious community and the education side, you got to look into that polite Foxy Brown thing, because that's a thing from way back. Look into that. But no. That's what I was trying to tell you before. Like when Jay-Z was supposedly in a relationship with Foxy Brown, when she was 15, Polite was in a relationship with her too. You get what I'm saying?
Where'd you hear that at?
Oh man, this is 10 years and beyond. This shit came out before, but no one thought anything of it. This is what I'm saying. Because I'm international, I've got a very unbiased view.
You know what?
So I see all these things.
Interesting. That's interesting you say that, because I always ask that question. I wanted to know,
and this is why you're very important, VB, because you've been international for a while now. So you see things in a different sort of lens, a
Yeah,
very
I see
different
it
lens.
from the American side
Same,
and
same
the
with
other
Shaka,
side
same with
and the
Shaka, same with
outside. Yeah,
that's it. Yeah.
yeah. I got two lenses, the outside and the inside, that I'm looking from, and it's like, but yo, I love entertainment news, particularly hip hop and urban, because I'm a DJ, man, and
Yeah, I
I
know,
mean
I know.
I don't do it that much. I only do it for fun when I get a chance to, or a good project. But I mean, typically back then, that's what I was doing back in those days in the '90s. You know what I mean? And so I connect
And
with
people,
some of this stuff.
I think people forget that, even though I'm an African and I'm living in Australia and stuff like that. That was
Right.
our era. That was our era, our entertainment era. Now, I
Yeah.
mean, I'm a bit more eclectic. My understanding of music, my love, and all that sort of stuff goes back way beyond. It's a family thing, blah blah blah. So I
Right.
can go back to the 30s, mate. You know what I mean?
Right. Exactly.
But everything after that, especially when it comes to the 90s, the 80s, the 70s, and definitely the early 2000s, I'm privy to all this stuff. It's just that generations have changed. Some people have forgotten. I
Yeah,
remember
people
all this
forget,
stuff.
man. Time goes
Yeah,
on. But you know what
yeah.
I was curious about,
Even when it
though?
comes to the conscious community, a lot of people miss a lot of stuff.
No, but
And
wow,
I've seen that people like Sanena will take advantage of that.
true.
This
But
demographic doesn't know what happened back then.
right. But you know what I was wondering about? I was wondering about this connection again. I was curious, and I thought to myself, I wonder if Puff Daddy ever had any Nubian influences. That's why I wish Todd was here. I'd like
Oh,
to ask
yeah,
Todd about that. Since you
yeah.
said polite,
Look. What I would say to that is that he didn't. He may have. He may have. Who knows?
well,
Maybe,
they say Dwight
maybe
York's
Tar,
son. They say
maybe
Dwight
Tar
York's
might
son.
know. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So those
Yeah.
dudes that were in that may know something. But as far as I know, both Diddy's very much like Kanye in that both his parents were middle class or working class, semi-educated people. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
And Diddy just had this love for the music industry. And Kanye just had this love for the music industry. Both their parents, both Diddy and Kanye, didn't want their kids to be in this. But they pursued and they understand ethic and all that, work ethic and all that sort of stuff. So they went hard with it, right? And then they're confronted with all these different demons and people and stuff like that, and they manipulate them. And they come out tops because they understand their working class background. A lot of rappers and entertainers talk
What?
about
Yo, wasn't one of Dr. York's sons down with Bad Boy Records?
involved with it. Yeah, involved with it. Yeah, yeah.
What's his son's name? That's what I'm curious about.
That's because a lot of the rappers that were coming up were into that sort of stuff. You know what I mean? There were Yorkists, there were NOIs, there were Hebrew Israelites, and all that sort of stuff. So once York made it, he tried to push his especially his eldest, into this entertainment industry that these people were in, the Diddys and the Harrells and all these people, because York recognized very early that this was a path. So he put his son in it, and they got involved.
Yeah, that's true, man.
Yeah.
What is his
A lot
son's name?
of these young guys were, right?
You remember his son's name?
Oh man,
What is his son's name?
Jeez. Let me have a look. I just need to see the first name, and I'll know.
Prince? No, it's not Prince. It's the other son. Sorry.
No. That's he's way older than Prince.
Older, yeah. What's the
He saw the shit that was going on in the village, bro. When Ankh was there. That's what I'm saying.
I forget his son's name, but there was one I came across at one point. But yo, anyway, I'm gonna shut it down today, bro. I appreciate you coming out, Web Fun, and Beverly and everybody else that's been listening today. Actually, I'll be back on. I don't want to say when because I always break my promise, But I got some free days off from work, so I will be back within, if not in the next 24 hours, in the next 48 hours. But I appreciate everyone for coming out. Beverly, Shaka came through for a second, and everybody out
we
there.
appreciate you, man.
I appreciate everybody for being so supportive too, as well. And that's what it's all about. I mean, without that, then what would we be doing here? And you people bring some excellent topics and also excellent insights. So I appreciate that so much from you all. Yeah, you too, Wap Funk. Be good, man. Have a good. What time is it over there in Australia? Where you at?
We're going 6:56 p.m.
Okay, you're going on the PM. I'm
Friday evening. It's TGIF. The week is over. We'll be going into the weekend.
Wow, that's amazing, man. That's great. So you're ahead of us.
Yeah, way.
Yeah, you're ahead. You're ahead.
Like I used to tell Shaka, I'm in your future, man.
Yeah, you're in our future. It's 9 a.m. here in Copenhagen, and that means it's 3 a.m. in the U.S. Eastern Standard Time. So, peace,
so you're
y'all.
just starting Friday.
I'm just starting. So I'm just starting, man. I've been up early. I gotta do some family stuff today. So, but I'll get back with y'all. Everybody be good. Have a good start to your weekends. Appreciate everybody. One.
Peace, y'all.
And the way you work that thing when you in the front, only Big T. Scores. It's warming up, Fibino. Z-Ride and Roro. Sue. What's up, Sue?